30 to dispatch. Yeah, that's a wild goose chase over here at Nakatomi Plaza. Everything here is okay. Over. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Yeah, goddamn everything is okay! Welcome to the party, pal!
I'm not ready to make nice. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. Welcome back. We are back in the box office, baby. I'm back home. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, whatever time it is where you are. I'm Nora Ames. This is the Raging Buddha. And we're going to get into it, baby. We're going to get into it. Right now, we are going to finish up our coverage of the trial audio from the April 14th, the second trial of Aaron Smith-Levin for the charge of first-degree misdemeanor battery against Andrew Shape. And yeah, we're just going to get right into it, guys. If you saw my last little video, like the whole I'm back, blah, 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 there's a little bit of info there. You can go watch it. It's pretty quick. But here we go. Here we go. I didn't see anybody, guys. I saw no one. This trip was exclusively to be with my fam bam, my oldest son who lives down there, my mom, my other mom, my godmother, and my godfather. It was just really family time trip. Next time I go will be business, all business, and we will do that. Oh, look at the babies. I'm getting pictures of dogs from people. Hello, doggies. All right, guys, let me pull it up without further ado. We've got our audio. I have to make sure to share the audio. There we go. And we're going to do that one. Boom. Here we go. I'm going to make this slightly different. And there we go. We'll just have the chat going on Sparkle's face here. All right, guys, here we go. I rewound it basically back to just before Aaron gets called to the stand. So to refresh your memory, Andrew has already testified to what happened. They've watched the video, and now we're going to get into the cross-examination here of Aaron Smith-Levin. My dog right now, Charlie, the Charlie girl, is at the doctor right now. I just dropped her off. She is getting ready to get sedated and do the big x-ray. And then the technician told me that it takes 2 to 3 business days for somebody, the person who reads that stuff, to read it. So we'll find out next week what is happening. Well, thank you. Thank you, secret Asian man. Here we go. Here comes the judge. Get through all the quiet here. I'm glad to be back, guys. Thank you.
Oh, you're trying to get my attention. Yes.
Shh, everybody's coming in. You can hear the deputies like shushing everybody. It's awesome. Oh, Danielle Chamberlain, if you're here, thank you for that generous super chat that you dropped in there after I had ended the last live. Thank you so much. Thank you. we're going to have to get together again and talk some more. I loved our interview so much. And also, you're just an amazing person. Morning, Lindsay. Oh, Amy, you're very sweet. Nana, you're right on time. We're just getting into it. Oh, I saw it.
All right, I've got the state present, I've got the defense present, I've got the defendant present. I'm going to remind everybody that their phones need to be turned off. Somebody walked in this courtroom, their phone was ringing. Make sure your phone is off right now, please. I'm going to remind you of the rules that I gave you when you first came into the courtroom. All right, bring the jury in.
You guys are spicy this morning. I love it. Here we go. Yeah, everyone turn your phones off. Exactly.
All right. Mr. Theophilopoulos, will the defense be calling any witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor. I will call Aaron Smith-Levin to the stand.
All right, Mr. Smith-Levin, come over here and be sworn in, please.
Ready to speak, please? Here, face the court, raise your right hand and see you.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth.
I do. Please have a seat in this chair, speak in the microphone, allow the voice for the court.
Mr. Theophilopoulos.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Aaron Smith-Levin, Aaron Smith-Levin.
And Mr. Smith-Levin, how long have you lived in Clearwater?
At least 20 years.
And do you work, and could you tell us what kind of work you do?
I'm a journalist and a documentarian relating to issues about Scientology.
Do you also protest?
Happy birthday.
I do. There's a weekly protest in downtown Clearwater. It's been happening every Friday afternoon for a couple years that I help organize. Protesting has nothing to do with the events on September 20th and is not why I was at the Clearwater Bank building.
And how long have you been a journalist, documentarian, a protester?
Since 2014.
So about 12 years?
Yeah.
And you indicated September 20th, 2025. Do you recall approximately what time that was at?
2:30 p.m.
And where were you headed at 2:30 p.m.?
to the Clearwater Bank building.
And is that the official Public Information Center?
Yeah, it's the Scientology Public Information Center run by the Office of Special Affairs.
And when you were walking by, could you describe to the jury what occurred?
Sure. I was going to the Clearwater Bank building to speak with Scientology official Pat Harney, who I've spoken with many times before. I was walking by the building. The doors were shut, which usually means Pat's not there, so I didn't approach the door. Immediately after I passed the door opened. It was clear they were open for business. They generally are open for business 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. So the door was open. I said, okay. I walked up to the door, and I initiated a conversation with Pat Harney, as I've done many times in the past, with no problems, and within about 10 seconds I was being battered.
Okay. Did you have your phone on you?
I can't remember which hand I was holding it in, but yes, I was recording with my iPhone.
The right hand.
And when you were standing at the door, describe what the door was doing.
The door was kind of open under its own weight, meaning it wasn't being forced, it wasn't pushing itself open, it wasn't pushing itself closed. It bounced off, the door stop was coming back towards me, I kind of gave it a little kick, and then I was standing there. I was in front of the door, meaning even before Bob approached me, you couldn't have shut that.
Bob is who?
Bob Toffness.
Robert Toffness?
Robert Toffness.
Okay.
Even before he approached me, I was in front of that door. You couldn't have closed that door without hitting me.
So right there, Aaron makes his first critical mistake, referring to Robert Toffness as Bob, as if they are friends currently, as if they are associates currently. Okay, when you are talking about a witness in a trial in which you're the defendant, you don't get to call that person Joe or Bob. It is all very formal. And Aaron should understand this, especially if he's going to use the excuse. Oh, April, and also thank you for the gifted memberships in the last live. I missed that as well. I didn't see all the comments, guys, because I was driving. And unlike some streamers who drive and talk to their chat, I don't read the chat while I'm driving because that's illegal. So yeah. But thank you very much, April. So we can see already, if you guys can hear it, you can hear Aaron's tone this entire time is not what I would consider appropriate for a courtroom, for the trial. It's not respectful. It comes across to me in my ears 100% arrogant, and I'm sure that obviously the jury heard it the same way. Yeah. So we'll keep going with this.
Did at any time you heard Mr. Toffness testifying? At any time did you attempt to get in?
No, and I never have ever in any Scientology building attempted to enter the building. Ever.
So you've never been in the Scientology building there?
Since 2014.
Okay. And describe what happened to you.
I'm going to ask a general question in the audience right now. If someone at work, okay, if someone comes up to your work door and holds a phone into the threshold of your door, okay, and is standing in the threshold of your work door, is your impression that that person is attempting to come into your building, or is it just like, oh, that's normal? Somebody just stands there and tries to shout at us, and ask weird questions that they already know the answer to and aren't going to change our minds at all. What would you think if someone were doing that at your place of work? Like, what would happen to that person? It's astounding to me that he thinks that any of that is appropriate. It's wild, absolutely wild. Lindsay. I'll tell you what, I never hired a lawyer so arrogant either. Yeah, he does think it's normal. I mean, can you imagine that happening at your place of work? I'm pretty sure he would have been trespassed the first time.
I was standing there having a brief conversation with Pat Harney, as I have done many times in the past. Bob, who is a person known to me, came up to me and just started shutting the door on me. And to be honest, this has never occurred to me. This has never occurred in that location. I've never been physically confronted. I've never been battered. I've never had any sort of physical confrontation there in any way, shape, or form. In my previous conversations with Pat, I walk up, I talk to her for 1 minute, 2 minutes, and I leave. They know that. I'm a well-known person to them. They know exactly what I'm doing. Bob was shutting the door on me.
Objection, Your Honor, narrative.
Yes, sustain. Ask him a question.
Oh, okay.
Okay, what was Bob doing while your right foot was by the door?
He was slamming the door on my foot.
And at some point in time, did somebody assist him?
Andrew Shape walked up and now had two grown men slamming a door on my foot. I'd been standing on public property for about 10 or 15 seconds at that moment. It is public property, not private property.
And what happened as far as your foot?
So guys, we've gone over this multiple times. The judge, I want to reemphasize this right now. I'm going to bring it up. Let me just pull up the a couple things here real quick because no. Now let's get the lots of motions have been hold the horses. What? Oh, okay. I was like, wait a minute. Okay. So let's okay. Let me move all these things over here. There we go. All right. Let's replace this just for 1 minute. Okay. So according to the Pinellas County records here, okay. Obviously this was what had happened, his sentencing details, the sentence is already played out. So now you can see they were going to have a motion. They had a pretrial. They have a pretrial scheduled on May 10th. Okay, which is in 3 days. Today is Thursday. What? Is that going to be Saturday? Sunday? I don't think that's oh, that's April 10th. I'm reading everything wrong. Please, guys, my sleep has not been the best. Okay. That's April, Nora. That already happened. Okay. So then this was the trial date here. Okay. This is the trial. And the next hearing is going to be on the 29th. Okay. They had one. They canceled it or whatever. So the next one is going to be at the end of this month, just before, it's right before Memorial Day weekend. That's the Friday before Memorial Day weekend. They're going to have a hearing. And guys, I want you to note that this judge is still the judge, despite Aaron's claims to the contrary. There has been no official announcement from the chief judge that Kathleen Hessinger, the Honorable Kathleen Hessinger, has been transferred to any other department. Okay. So I think they're just starting rumors. I'm sure they're probably trying to get every lawyer that they can to complain about it. None of that is going to work, guys. That is going to massively backfire. Like starting a false campaign against a seated judge has to be one of the stupidest things I've ever heard of. Okay. Now the motions that they've put in, Aaron and Jenna have so articulately read it out. But this was the one that got denied. This was the motion to disqualify judge, and this is what came back. Okay? So, this cause came before this court on defendant's motion to disqualify, and this court having reviewed said motion and Florida judge admin being otherwise advised of the premises is hereby ordered and adjudicated that said motion is denied and legally insufficient. Done and ordered. She was like, I'm not going to recuse myself because it doesn't even meet this statute. So blah, blah, blah. And then she sent this to the state attorney's office, to Jerry, and to Bruce Dennison, which was the guy that represented Andrew. Okay. That was back a couple days ago on May 4th, the day Aaron got out. And he was like, rawr! About, yeah, we're going to go over all of that. But in this trial, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even show you guys that. I showed the wrong tab. There we go. So this is the notice. This is, she said, no, I'm not taking myself off this case. So now they have a hearing coming up. The hearing, let's share this one. Okay. So the defendant's motion for new trial based on improper curative instruction and judicial comment on facts not in evidence, and defendant's second additional motion for new trial will be heard before Kathleen Hessinger, Friday, May 15th. So that one's not on the docket, which is so weird because that was the one that was originally on there. So I don't know what happened to that one, but I guess they're going to have that, another motion hearing, the day after my birthday. So next Friday, that's coming up. Okay. And this was the assistant, and this gets copied to everybody. Okay. So that's what's happening on that. But what I want to bring up, so many exhibits because it got denied. Order denying in court. Trial set, motion to travel. Mm. Okay, not that one. No, that's not about that. Okay, so I think it's in their list of exhibits for the state. He wanted to put into evidence the property line, right? If you guys remember. And that's not. I think it might be in the exhibits on the motions. Let me see. No. There's a lot of exhibits that they've presented for, the new for the possible new trial. A new trial hasn't been granted yet. They are hoping that it gets granted, but they do not have it yet. Nope. The exhibits motions are insane, guys. Exhibit 2, is that it? Because this whole property line thing, guys, I need a filing system. Jesus, yes. Jesus, take the wheel on that one. Nope. Oh, let me go to the other case here. Because it got disqualified for this trial. I don't know that they even, submitted it for the other one. Let's go here. No. Here we go. We'll get it right now. Here we go. I got it. No. Can we do it properly here? Okay, let me show. So this is the Pinellas County's assessor's office, right? This is the one that Aaron is always trying to refer to, like, oh, this shows it. This shows it. 500 Cleveland Street. That's the address. How is that not an address? It's literally the address here. They just took it off the website. I mean, like, what the fuck? How is it not? Okay, let's try. Nothing. How is it not showing up, guys? You guys are seeing what I'm seeing, right? Let's just try typing it in. Ah. There it is. Okay. Here we go. So this is what it shows when you're looking at like the big map. Okay. We're going to zoom in here. Okay. Now, the note that Aaron keeps saying, okay, is that the property line is at the door. Okay. So we're going to, oh, no. We're going to measure. Okay. So we're going to measure from the property line to here. Okay. So that's approximately to the edge of the building. It's approximately like 13 feet because that lip would be part of the hanging down. How is it getting more? Oh, that's too many. New. Okay. Sorry. One. Let's go right to that edge. Okay. We're talking less than 12 feet. Less than 12 feet. Okay. Now, if we, okay, turn that off. All right. If we zoom in more, just to make sure I didn't fuck that up, we'll do it again now that we're closer. From the property line, and we're going to go right to that edge. Same thing. Okay. So I didn't fuck it up. Perfect. So you can see the crosswalk. Let's measure that. The property line to the edge of the crosswalk. Okay. So that's like 3 feet. Just over 3 feet. Okay. So now let's go to the Google Maps. Okay. So here's the same building on Google Maps. Okay. And we're going to zoom way in. We're going to get all the way as close as we can. Okay. So here's that same crosswalk. Okay. Here's the edge of the building. So we're going to measure, right? The other one showed us that it goes from like just over the tip of the arrow there. Okay. So the property line is like just right here up to there. That's like 3 feet from like right here. Boom. So if we look and we put ourselves here, okay, put ourselves right on the crosswalk and we turn, there's the tip right here where we want to be. So that is in line here, guys, with, if we're looking real close, the tip, and we draw a line from here Doot, 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 doot. It's like right in between these windows. Okay. So in between these windows, where's the, oh, because I want to measure from here to here. So right in between the windows. So, oh, but I want to go back down there. Where are all the tools on this? There used to be like a whole fucking tools thing where you could like measure stuff. No, I don't want any of that. Anybody? But let's just go back to this here, okay? We'll just go back to this real quick. So from here, it doesn't give any measurements. It just lets me. Okay. So now we're looking at this straight on, okay? So the property line is right here in between these two things, okay? So that's about 3 feet. That brick is like a 3 by 2 foot slab, right? So we can get, so we've got 3 and like 4 inches and then another 1.5 feet. So let's say 4.5 feet, 4.5 feet in from the edge of the building is where the actual property line is. Okay. So if we go down this street, okay, and we'll just, I want to go right here. Okay. So now if we look at this pillar, okay, just the pillar itself, which is aligned with the edge of the building, that pillar itself already 3 feet wide, maybe 4 feet wide at the base. Okay. The property line is like right behind the pillars. It is not this doorway, but because this whole space right here, as you can see, can I get close to that? There we go. This whole space right here is far more than 3 feet. The property line is not, in fact, the doorway. It is literally in the middle of this foyer, whatever you want to call it, this awning, the entryway, this, porch, okay? It is not the doorway, according to like zooming in on the map and everything, okay? It is so insane to me that he, even him looking at this map, okay, which is this one here, even him looking at this map, okay, and thinking to himself, which clearly this is an estimate, it tells you that, okay, that this somehow justifies him standing right in the doorway. It is nuts. Donna, what is this? They want to defame the judge or me? Yeah. So every time he repeats this lie, in my personal opinion, he's making himself look stupid. And if I were his lawyer, guys, I would have insisted on getting, oh, thank you for this super chat, Pyrex. Adverse possession is only 7 years in Florida. Survey's accuracy is irrelevant. Right? Yeah. And he should know that as a fucking licensed realtor. Right? The survey site is inaccurate and they say that. You have to get like a proper survey done. Assessor maps are, thank you, Tyler, for this super chat. Assessor maps are approximation intended to be used for tax purposes. An official survey should be used for defining property boundaries. Yes. And if the whole thing was whether or not he was on public or private property and was he allowed to be there, blah, 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 I would have paid for an assessor to do a fucking on-site property assessment. But it's like, nope. We're not going to be bothered to do that, you know? And then we're just supposed to take Aaron's word for it, which is ridiculous because he's an idiot. And he can't stop lying. Yeah, he's not licensed anymore. I know, Lindsay. But as somebody who went through the licensing process, he should know. You know what I mean? Like, he should carry that knowledge forward. Yeah. So I'm sorry that took so long to pull it up. I thought I had it somewhere else. Yeah. But now we have it. So you're going to hear how many times he's going to talk about that and try to justify this whole thing with being on public property, which the judge said this little map wasn't coming in, right? So, yeah, here we go.
With the two of them pulling that door on you.
It went, I want to say over, which sounds weird, but the door has a big gap. The boot is a little narrow.
The bottom of the threshold?
The bottom of the threshold. Okay. The door's got like a 2.5 inch gap. Basically, slid over a very sensitive, bony portion of my foot. I've got some weirdly shaped feet. I can show you if you'd like to see. None of the incident caused me any pain except for the very last seconds, right? If the door is bashing just the side or the heel of my boot, I can't feel that. But once it slides over the soft leather portion that covers the outside bony part of my foot, it's extraordinarily painful. I was in pain for days.
And so what happened?
I just reacted to get him off of me, just to get him off of me. It was literally, I still had my phone in my hand. I don't know if they're going to see my version of the video.
It's coming.
Okay. It was literally just like, what did you do? You just hurt me, Andrew. Why did you do that? Andrew knows me. I know Andrew. He's never done this before. And I was just shocked. And it was literally, just reaction of, Andrew, what did you do? You just battered me, Andrew. And it was over in a second.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
You took a video in this case?
I did.
Let me approach with what is marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for identification.
Of course you did.
Do you recognize this?
That thumb drive?
Yes, sir.
I don't know.
As far as your video.
So, yes. He did not see a doctor. He did not file a police report, but Andrew did. Andrew did. Yeah.
I recognize the video that's on the thumb drive.
Doesn't even recognize a thumb drive. Like, come on.
Your Honor, I may have to play the thumb drive for him. Well, let me ask you this. Were you in the cafeteria this morning with me?
Oh, yes, if that's the thumb drive.
Okay,
yes.
Let me
My
show
apologies.
it to you again.
I'm sorry.
Show it to you again.
Okay.
Do you still recognize the thumb drive?
I do. Okay.
And who recorded, obviously, this video that's on the thumb drive?
This was me.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what occurred on September 20th, 2025?
It is.
So it's a fair and accurate representation?
It is.
I this time move defendants 1 for identification into evidence as defendants 1, Your Honor.
State any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense exhibit number 1, so admitted into evidence.
May I publish to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing to every juror. Look at this.
Excuse me, Your Honor, I apologize.
I apologize. Oh my God, how long does it take, Jerry, to show us?
Ow! What did you just do? You just hurt me. You just injured my foot.
Mr. Smith-Levin, ow.
Okay, we're gonna, I'm trying to do a very quick edit in the background here, guys. Let's see if I can. Let's see if I can do it real quick. Let's see what happens if I do that. Hang on, because I want to show you the video. Yeah. Okay, we're good. Let me just put a couple things here. Perfect. All right. We're going to keep playing it. I'll play that for you guys in a minute.
What did you do? You just hurt my foot.
Yeah.
Why'd you respond like that?
I was shocked. I mean, I've been doing what I do as far as my journalism and my documentary work for, like I said, 12 years. I've been staging weekly protests right outside Scientology properties in downtown Clearwater every Friday. I have never been injured like this by a Scientology operative before. And I was just shocked.
Now let me ask you, you see this gentleman there?
Yes.
On Defense Exhibit 1? Who is that?
That is Bob Toughness.
And go forward.
Why? This is the property
lady
line.
behind him.
The property line is
behind
right here. You
reception
just committed
desk.
I
battery
don't know
on
if you
me.
can see her in that shot, but it's
Stay
Pat
away
Harney.
from
Pat Harney
tacos.
is a woman.
Hi, this is
And that
the
is
property.
the person, that was the Scientology official I was there to speak with that day.
And do you see the people that are in the background?
I do.
This door right here,
Mm-hmm.
do you know what that door is and who that might be?
I don't.
And as far
He doesn't know. He just described multiple people inside there and who he always goes to talk to, but doesn't know anybody.
as other people in that room, how many did you see?
I don't understand the question.
How many people can you see in there other than the gentleman that was at the door? That
I see two more people in there.
It wasn't.
One of them isn't even Andrew.
It wasn't packed in there, was it?
No, there was not a bunch of people in there.
Was there an interfaith meeting going on at that time?
There was no evidence of any meeting going on at that time.
Now, your reaction, was it spontaneous?
Yes.
Why?
Well, it was out of pain. I didn't expect to be injured that day.
Did you punch Mr. Shape?
Nope.
Did you throw him to the ground?
I did not.
Did you use just enough force to get him to stop?
That's exactly what I did.
Let me show.
Did you use just enough force to get him to stop? We are going to go over this video, guys, because it is absolutely wild to me that's yeah, I have strong feelings about that, saying that to the jury. We are just going to go over the one that was shown, the CCTV footage, okay? Because it's important to look at that and know, like, yeah. It's, I can't even believe that's what he's saying. It's quite ridiculous to me that is his contention here in court. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I have to keep my blood pressure down, guys. Okay, so we got it already. Okay, perfect. Let's see if I can. Okay, the video, that's how fast it took me to edit a 35-second video, guys, while I'm talking to you and we're watching something. That is not the norm. Where is it? I have to open and close this folder here again. 1 sec. I just made it, and now it is not showing. There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. There we go. I got it now. Sorry. I know it's there. It's just like you have to beg these things to open. Where in the frack? There you are. All right, let's go over it. So here we go. This is a Sparkle TV creation here. Let's pull up. This is the video, okay? That was shown in court. Okay, here we go. There he goes. He turns, grabs the door from the lady, starts talking to Pat. So the door is coming back. Look at him. Did you see him kick his foot out? He kicked the door back. He didn't hold it open with his foot. He kicked it back. Boop. Now there's Bob Toughness. Okay. That's Bob. And he's right there. And he's now going to pull the door closed. Now Aaron was stepped to the side. And now right there, Aaron puts his foot in the door so Bob can't close it. Okay. So now he's putting his body. There's Andrew. So Andrew comes out to shut the door. Now you have two people with their hands on the door. Aaron is holding his phone up. It does look like his phone is not across the threshold. He's like here holding it, like this, like just before the threshold. So he is away from the doorway, but from the measurements that I can guesstimate, he still looks like he is on their property, right? That's just my guesstimate. I'm going to switch this up here. Actually, we're going to make it big. We'll make it bigger because I want you guys to see the whole thing here. Okay. So now we got those two. There he is, keeping his foot in the door. We've got two people trying to shut the door. And you see him turn. Okay. Now he's turned his foot. Pull. And it scraped the side of his shoe. Now, see where Aaron's hand is, guys? See this? So he says, ow, ow. He turns and faces Andrew. He was here, and now he's turned and faced Andrew. And he pushed. You see how Aaron put it out of sync with the actual words from his face there? We'll do a more in-depth look at this one later, but sorry, I had to put the tacos in there. So I want to go back to this part right here. Okay, look at him chest to chest with Andrew. We're going to slow it down. Oh, no. I want it slow. How do I make it slow? It's not, it doesn't do. Playback speed. Okay, here we go. We're going to play this at half speed here. Chest to chest. And he's trying to keep the phone pointed. Okay. Now turn right to him. Push. There's no way, shape, or form that Aaron fell into Andrew. He turns and faces him, steps forward, and pushes with both hands. Not with one hand, with both hands. Boom. Okay? This is very easy to see. Now, the natural inclination, let's go over like... the state could have called an expert witness and been like, okay, if you're, natural inclination, if somebody's getting their foot slammed in a door, right, is to move back from the thing that's hurting you. So if he had stepped backwards, right, and stumbled off of their property, they'd be looking at a whole thing. Instead, he turned and pushed. Okay. It's like the bend and snap of assault and battery here. Okay. So that's the video. Yeah, it's for his documentary, guys. That's the video. Let's get back to the testimony just so you guys can see what, the jury saw. Okay. So here we go. Here's more sparkles. Exactly, Ray. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah. Ah! Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm going to fix it. I fix. Sorry.
Now, please. I'm going to remind you of the rules that I gave you when you first came in.
The door to your right, the threshold.
It does.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to publish Defense Exhibit 2 for identification as Defense Exhibit 2 into evidence.
Do you want to introduce it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
State any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted as Defense Exhibit number 2.
And you have a copy in front of you.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
How wide is the threshold gap between the floor, the ground, and the actual door, in your estimation?
A couple inches, give or take. 2.5. I mean, between 1.5 and 2.5 inches, maybe.
Thank you. Let me show you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 4 for identification.
Thank you, guys. Here we go. I rewound it a little bit. Probably too far. Sorry about that. Thank you for becoming a
Take
member.
a moment
Appreciate
and look
you.
at Defense Exhibit 4 for identification.
I see it.
Do you recognize this picture?
I do.
And how is it that you're familiar with that photograph?
It's
and that's
the exact same
shit
front
we're
door of
talking
500
about.
Cleveland Street that I've probably seen 1,000 times in real life.
And is that picture of that door, is the door in fairly the same condition as it was on September 20th of 2025?
Yeah, but it's actually missing a little piece from the corner. I wonder if that came off when it hit my foot.
Well, is it basically the same door?
It is basically the same door.
And is it a fair and accurate representation of the door that your foot was hurt under?
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time I would move defense exhibit number 4 for identification
thank you,
into
Axl
evidence
Rose,
as
for
defense
becoming a
4.
member.
Any objections?
Just relying on the court's previous ruling of the limited scope, Your Honor. Then no objection.
So admitted as defense exhibit number 4.
Now, you see the photograph again.
Mm-hmm.
The threshold of the door is about how much width?
It's a couple inches. It's somewhere around about a couple inches.
And does the doorway to that building also have an elevated threshold?
Yeah, it's got a lip. Yeah.
What kind of footwear were you wearing on the day in question?
These leather ankle-high boots. It's the same boots I'm wearing right now, actually.
Let me show you what's been marked
fancy
as a
boots,
defense
guys.
composite exhibit 3, which would be A and B. May I approach
Thank you, April,
the witness, Your
for being a
Honor?
member
Yes.
here.
Take a moment and look at defense composite 3.
Oh, PRM,
see it.
thank you.
Yep.
And you indicated those were the boots that you were wearing on the day in question.
That is correct.
Do those two pictures fairly and accurately represent the condition of the boots immediately following this incident?
They do.
Was your right boot damaged prior to this incident?
No, it was not.
Your Honor, at this time I would move defense exhibit, I believe it's number 3A and B, into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted as to defense 3A and B.
What happened to the side of your right boot?
It got significantly cut and scarred. Deeply
From?
cut and scarred.
Deeply
And what
cut,
was that
guys.
from?
That was from the door being slammed on my foot by 2 grown men.
And
Repeatedly.
Let me show you the other photograph. And what is this? Tell us about that as well.
That's just a zoomed in version of the previous photo. That is scarring directly from having a giant heavy wooden door slammed over a sensitive part of my foot repeatedly by 2 grown men while standing on public property, mind you.
Mind
so did
you.
the door actually go to the bottom?
That whole thing right there, mind you, the public property, that's the second time that he has said public property when the judge was very explicit about not submitting that property line picture. It's literally a screenshot from the website I showed you guys earlier. Like, yeah.
Threshold go over your boot in that area?
Yes. Wait. The bottom threshold of the door.
Of the door,
The door
correct.
itself, the bottom lip of the door slid over my foot.
Now, you indicated that you were still holding
It got
your
scratched.
phone when you
Because
had
it's
to
left.
push Mr. Norman's shape.
That's right. I previously lost my balance, regained my balance, and then after the pain, I reacted.
And did you do that
Thank
in
you.
self-defense?
That was to get him off of me. It was it was instinctual. It wasn't even like intentional self-defense. It was just instinctual.
Did that slight push that you did to Mr. Norman's shape diffuse the situation?
It certainly seemed to.
And at that time, did you inform him that you were going to call the police?
I did.
Did you ever file a formal complaint against him?
I
Yes.
didn't.
Why?
Because I'm a big, strong guy, and I'm not going to go crying to the police because someone hurt my foot.
I have nothing further. Thank
I didn't go to the police because I'm a big, strong man. And I'm not going to go complain to the police that my toesies got hurt. What? Battery is battery, baby. Battery is, it's the unwanted touching. It doesn't say unwanted toesies getting smashed. Unwanted touching. That's battery. I'm not going to go bitch to the police like a pussy little bitch. But we know that you're a pussy little bitch, Aaron. We're going to talk about your time in jail here. Not this stream. I'm going to do a separate stream about that because I want this to be dedicated just to this testimony. I got so much to say about that, guys. So, yeah. We're going to save that for that stream. We have a lot of streams to get to in the next couple days. I want to finish this one up. And maybe we'll do a second stream today for that if we have enough time, because Charlie's going to be out sometime between 1 and 2. I'm going to need to pick her up. So let's finish this up. We got 2 more hours to go.
Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Pretty much, right?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Doing all right.
All right. So I'm just going to go through some of the things that we've heard throughout this testimony here today. So on direct examination, you did state that you protest Scientology. Is that correct?
I do protest Scientology.
Okay. And you also testified that you have a YouTube channel dedicated to those efforts. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. Then can you explain?
No. Everybody approach.
Let's hear what just happened right there again. We're going to go back. Boom.
Shape diffuse the situation.
It certainly seemed to.
And at that time, did you inform him that you were going to call the police?
I did.
Did you ever file a formal complaint against him?
I didn't.
Why?
Because I'm a big, strong guy, and I'm not going to go crying to the police because someone hurt my foot.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yep, Stephanie. Now let's hear what she says here.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Doing all right.
All right. So I'm just going to go through some of the things that we've heard throughout this testimony here today. So on direct examination, you did state that you protest Scientology. Is that correct?
I do protest Scientology.
Okay. And you also testified that you have a YouTube channel dedicated to those efforts. Is that correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. Then can you explain?
No. Everybody.
So Morgan Me right now is doing cross-examination, and she wants to characterize the nature of Aaron's YouTube channel as dedicated to protesting. And he's like, that's not correct. So then she's going to try to pull more information. Let's see what the judge actually says.
Approach.
So now she wants everybody up, the prosecution and the defense.
You really can ask that question.
Yeah, Your Honor. I'll withdraw the question.
All right.
Oh, so she told Miss Me, we're not doing that question on purpose, because remember, guys, he's not supposed to talk about all that, right? He's not supposed to expand about his charity and blah, 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 blah. So that was the prosecution trying to enter that evidence. Okay. And what happened when the prosecution tried to do that? The judge was like, I said no. And how was Miss Me's reaction? It was like, oh, okay, Your Honor, I'm not going to do that. Sorry. My bad. My bad.
And it would be fair to say that you're pretty passionate about protesting Scientology. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think that's a fair statement, yeah.
Okay. So now let's talk about why you're here today. I'm turning your attention to September 20th of 2025. And, sorry, Mr. JVT, can you please just take that photo down?
Yes.
Thank you. So on that day, you were walking in Clearwater. Is that correct?
I was walking specifically to the Clearwater Bank building. I wasn't just walking through Clearwater.
Okay. And you walked by that building initially, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I didn't walk by it. I hadn't even cleared the building.
Okay. And as you were passing the doorway,
Yeah.
someone else exited the building. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that's when you turned around
Yeah,
and you approached the building.
that's right.
The door was open as a result of that woman exiting, correct?
That's right.
Okay. And at that point, you got in the doorway
I think, yeah, that's right.
and you took out your phone.
I already had my phone out.
So you had your phone out in the doorway
Yes,
and you were recording.
I was.
And at that point, you testified that the door was just open on its own volition.
That's right.
Okay. It bounced off of a doorstop or something,
Something behind it.
but you stepped in the way of it so that it didn't ultimately close.
No, so that it didn't hit me. It's not. You know what I mean? The door stands on its own. It doesn't. But left to its own devices, it'll either blow in the wind or stand there. It doesn't have a mechanism that pulls it closed or forces it open.
Okay, so the door would have just been blowing in the wind, is your testimony?
I mean, the wind wasn't blowing, but do you understand what I'm saying? It had a little bit of momentum from hitting the backstop,
Okay.
and it was just going to hit me, so I just gave it a little nudge to keep it where it was.
With your foot?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at that point, someone else walked out of the building, correct? Specifically, Mr. Talkness came out of the building.
He did not come out of the building.
It's your testimony that he did not come towards you from inside the building.
Oh, he came towards me, but he didn't come out of the building. He stayed in the building and pulled the door shut on me.
Okay, it's semantics. So when he was walking from inside the building towards you then?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And at that point, he had attempted to shut the door.
Well, I mean, he was slamming it on me, so you can say he was attempting to shut it, and from my perspective, he was attempting to slam it on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he was pulling the door shut, right?
He was pulling it towards me.
And you were in the doorway.
Well, that's why he was pulling it towards me.
Okay, so
Yeah.
but you agree with me that he was trying to close the door, right?
Well, you say he was trying to close the door, and then like he was trying to close the door on me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you also, you sat through this entire trial, correct?
I did.
Okay, so you've heard all of the testimony.
I have.
And you've also made several statements on direct examination.
You guys hear every time he laughs at her when he thinks that she's a fucking idiot with the question? What he doesn't understand about a trial is so much, but specifically, guys, what he doesn't understand is that this isn't a stage. This isn't a soapbox, the witness stand, right? You are asked very explicit questions, okay? And you are supposed to have, as the defendant, as any witness, an exact answer, just what you are needed to say and nothing more. Aaron thinks that these questions are obvious. Like, doesn't everybody fucking know this? Like, you know, it is important to ask these questions and see the answer that is given by both the witnesses and the defendant, right? Because the jury doesn't know all of this. The jury was not there. The jury is going to make a decision based on how you answer, the tone of your answer, if you're following the rules or if you're a fucking asshole. It's like, I don't, the ignorance and the arrogance in combination here is so telling. It's wild. Yeah. Yeah. He is absolutely trying to control that narrative. It is crazy. Crazy.
That you've had contact before with the members of Church of Scientology, correct?
Absolutely.
Okay. So it would be fair to say that you don't have a good relationship with them. Is that fair?
With who?
With the members of the Church of Scientology.
Oh, I disagree with that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He disagrees that he doesn't have a good relationship with the members of the Church of Scientology. Guys, when I hear that, remember a couple weeks ago when I was like, Aaron is like a really fucking long con op? Who is his Scientology handler? That's what I want to know. Who is this fucking ops handler? Because he has one. He is, Aaron to be in controlled opposition. I don't know how else to interpret that. I don't have good relations with active Scientologists. I have no relations with active Scientologists. None. Now, people I encounter, do I have a good rapport? Could I have a conversation? Sure. But relations, that's very specific. That's very like, that's bordering on friendship. Yeah. Oh, Raymond, do you know how many times he told me that when you look up the Dunning-Kruger effect, it's my picture in the dictionary? Everything he says is a projection of what's wrong with him. I know that.
Now, while you were in that doorway and Mr. Toffness was trying to shut the door, you were aware that you were not wanted in that building. Is that correct?
Oh, that's why I never attempted to enter the building. I'm pretty aware they don't want me to enter their buildings. And
it's fair to say that if you weren't in that doorway, that door would have shut, correct?
No, I don't think that's fair to say.
Okay, so what is fair to say?
Well, like I said, the door stands free on its own weight. It doesn't automatically open or close. It would have just stayed there open until someone came over and pulled it shut.
Except if Aaron had not, if Aaron wasn't in the way of the door after he did his little kick boop, it bounced again off of that doorstop, which means it was swinging where, kids? Towards the door jamb. If he weren't standing in the path of the door, it would have closed on its own. He is correct that it doesn't have like, the hinges at the top with the springs so that when it opens, it's pulling itself closed. It doesn't have one of those. But the momentum from his boop to keep it open and bouncing off of the doorstop would have absolutely had it close. It's like he doesn't understand how like physics works. Physics. Yeah. I don't know.
Okay. But it did bounce off that door stopper, right?
Yeah, but very slow momentum if you watch the video.
But enough so that you had to get in the way of the door to stop.
Yeah, but I don't think it would have closed all the way. It was just coming in my direction, and I was planning on filming, so I didn't want the door getting in the way of the camera, but I don't think it would have closed all the way.
Okay. And when that door ultimately was being shut, or Mr. Toffness was closing on you, whichever way we go, you didn't move away. Is that correct?
That is correct.
You stood firm.
I absolutely did, yeah.
You made sure your foot stayed planted under that door.
Yeah, I was trying to finish my conversation with Pat.
Okay. And you would agree that you're a bigger guy, right?
Bigger than who?
You testified on direct examination, I'm a big, scary guy, and
I did not call myself scary. That is putting words into my mouth I never said.
You said you're a big guy and you wouldn't go crying to the police, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you agree with me, you're a big guy?
I'm a big guy. You said I'm bigger. I'm a big guy.
Okay, a big guy. Understood.
I'm just trying to be accurate.
And you'd also agree with me.
Why is he laughing? At what point where you are on trial and the consequence is potentially you going to jail for like a really fucking long time, is it appropriate to cackle at the fucking prosecution? This is how you lost, Aaron. Listen to yourself, bro.
That you saw Mr. Toffness walk in this room today, right?
Yeah, I know Bob.
And you know him, so you've seen him before.
I know Bob.
And you'd agree?
I'm going to stop. We refer to people in the courtroom by their last names.
Oh, okay. I know Mr. Toffness.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
And you'd agree with me,
he doesn't even let the judge finish her sentence. He just starts talking over her. He doesn't like Morgan Me. He doesn't like the judge. And he thinks they're dumbass bitch women. This is how he talks to every woman. This arrogance, this talking over you, the laughing at you, the talking down to you, this is every single conversation with Aaron Smith-Levin. And then when he gets pissed, the yelling comes in. Wow. Yeah, my mom knows Bob Toughness too.
Older gentleman.
So what?
I don't know how old he is, but he's older than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And he's smaller than you.
He is smaller than me, yeah.
Okay. And then, so just moving on. So at this
I also
point,
never placed my hands on Mr. Toughness
I didn't say
in any
that.
way.
I didn't say that.
I'm saying.
But I just want to clarify. So now moving on past the point that, so now we have you in the doorway. Door is being shut on you by an older male. And then another individual approaches, correct?
Yep, Mr. Shape.
Right, Mr. Shape. And at that point, he comes between you and the door, right?
Andrew comes between me and the door. Andrew steps outside. I don't know. Andrew's not between me and the door. I'm actually between Andrew and the door.
Okay, so...
Shape in the door.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Mr. Shape.
No, you're not between Andrew. Guys, did you hear the lie right there? I'm between Andrew and the door. Let's go back to the other video real quick. Okay? We're going to go back to the other video because that's a fucking out and out lie. Unless he's talking. Oh, I see what he's saying. But we'll pull it up anyway. Hang on. Let me. Okay, we're going to rewind this. So he's saying, now, again, it's still not true. Because when Andrew comes out, let's look. We're going to play this at half speed here. Actually, I didn't share it properly. Hang on. All right, here we go.
Way that you could allow Flavio Ludwig to contact his parents?
So Andrew, he was between Andrew and the door for like less than 2 seconds.
They're trying to reach him. Ow! Ow!
You see how Andrew looks down as soon as he says ow to see if the door is even touching him?
Oh, what did
Shove.
you just do? You just hurt me. You just injured my foot.
Yeah.
This isn't trespassing. You're lying. This is the property line. The property line is right here. You just committed battery on me.
Mm-hmm.
No, stay away from the tacos.
That's even funnier in half speed than it is at regular speed. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go back to Sparkles here. My God.
Okay, so at that point, he attempts to assist Mr. Toughness in shutting the door, correct?
That's exactly what I believe occurred, yeah.
Okay. And at that point, it became pretty apparent that the goal was for the door to be shut, correct?
Well, I mean, or the goal was to slam it on my foot and interfere with what I was doing on public property. That's what, from my perspective, that's what they were trying to do.
Okay.
I've been to this property many times. I've spoken to Pat many times and recorded it. I've never had any interactions like this ever.
Okay. And we're talking about September 20th, 2025. I understand there's prior experiences, but we're talking about September 20th, 2025. That day, as Mr. Toughness is in the doorway, along with Mr. Shape, trying to shut the door, it becomes clear that that is the purpose, correct?
Right, but Mr. Toughness doesn't work there. So what Mr. Toughness wants to have happen is not relevant.
Can I stop you right there? I just asked you a question.
What was the question? I'm sorry, what was the question?
At this point, Mr. Toughness...
Did you guys hear that? This combat between him and Morgan Me. Let's rewind that question real quick here. We're gonna go back just a. Oh no, that's too many. Come on, there we go.
...in shutting the door, correct?
That's exactly what I believe occurred, yeah.
Okay. And at that point, it became pretty apparent that the goal was for the door to be shut, correct?
Well, I mean, or the goal was to slam it on my foot and interfere with what I was doing on public property. That's what, from my perspective, that's what they were trying to do.
Okay.
I've been to this property many times. I've spoken to Pat many times and recorded it. I've never had any interactions like this ever.
Okay. And we're talking about September 20th, 2025. I understand there's...
Guys, now I gotta... When he says things like that, again, lie.
New brand distributors presenting persistence.
Okay. Okay, let's... We're going to share this over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. He says he's been to the property many, many times and never had any other occurrences like that. So this is, of course, our favorite website, Philmont. We're going to sort this by old to new. This is every time he's ever said Pat Harney. And this is like real old stuff. So we're going to go.
I ran into Pat Harney downtown on Friday.
Okay.
Hey, oh, it's Pat Harney. Hey, good to see you, Pat. Hey, I didn't get a chance to really catch up with you the other night. Just wanted to say how much I appreciate Scientology sponsoring SPTV and all the Scientology TV.
Look how he's following her.
And all the Scientology ads you guys play on my YouTube channel. And also, please send my thanks to Grant Cardone. I'm making a lot of money off of his
Pat
ads
Harney
as well. Have a wonderful evening, Pat. Good to see you.
Your followers are all the way from across the street. This was on December 27th, 2024. Okay. Let's go to another one. This is, he have an interview with her. He mentions her a lot. He talks about her. There are how many? 73 clips. 73 times, guys. 73 clips where Aaron Smith-Levin, over the past few years, says Pat Harney's name. And I'm just trying to find more where he goes up to the door so we can show that. Pat Harney. He's talking about where he's in Hawaii.
Pat Harney works. She was.
Yes, she did.
Did she go in there and?
Oh my God! See, he's asking other people about it. So this is another incident.
I tried to talk to Pat Harney earlier about the whole.
This is during
about the whole.
Oh, you know.
I tried to schedule an appointment with Pat to do an interview, but she wasn't interested.
See, he's just in this guy's face at an information table. Let's see here. There's another. He goes up to the door several times. Right? But this is after now. There's been more than one time where he's gone up there. He had a series of videos that he would do on TikTok. Okay, let's just go to TikTok. Let's go to his TikTok. He says where he would go and interview Pat Harney. And let's look at a Smith. There he is. So now we're on Aaron's TikTok. And let's go through the series of videos that he's talking about here. This was the day of the incident. So let's go backwards. Load it, TikTok. Officer Banks. Okay. Pat Harney. This is another Pat. So let's look at these three videos.
Hey, Pat, can we talk about my billion-year contract? I currently have 999,999,996 years left. If we could just get that down to 6 months, I would consider rejoining. If we could just unionize, these billion-year contracts are unconscionable. I think we can get it down to 10,000 years. What do you think about that? I can come back tomorrow and we can discuss further. I know you'll still be here because you have what? 999,999,950 years left?
That looks like somebody
All right,
who's...
think about it. I think we can get a good deal, Pat.
Okay, so he was, again, standing right in the
Hey,
doorway.
Pat, I got some great news for you. I spoke with a labor rep. I told him we both have over 999,999,999 years left on our contract. He was shocked. I also told him to make us call ourselves religious volunteers.
Like, this is so ridiculous, right? It's just, you can see her. She's like, she's trying to ignore him. She's not, this is not a conversation. He's talking at Pat.
To get around all the labor laws and the minimum wage laws. He said he could definitely help us with that. I recommend we go with the SEIU since so many Sea Org workers are.
Okay, so this is a whole minute, and
So that's really getting the word out about Scientology. So later we'll discuss the next steps. Have a great day.
And then he leaves. Okay. And
Hey
then
Pat, I
last
got
one-
some. Hey Pat, I have great news. The lawyers figured out how to get us out of these billion-year contracts. Remember when L. Ron Hubbard said that after we finish taking over, after we take over Target, Musk to send Tom Cruise to Mars. We can declare Mars as the send Tom Cruise to Mars. We can declare Mars was, and he never predicted that Elon Musk would colonize.
She says it multiple times. You are trespassing.
Mars. So if we can just get Elon Musk to send Tom Cruise to Mars, we can declare Mars.
You are actively trespassing, is what she's saying.
As the first Scientology, even though Scientology is still failing on
Now she's
Earth.
calling
Send
security.
Grant Cardone 9,999,000. Grant, I'll be back later this week to discuss next steps. Have a great day.
He thinks it's all fine because he says, "Have a great day," which is not sincere, funny, kind, anything. It is insane. And that was becoming like a regular activity for him. Right? The next one isn't Pat. This is an example. First of all,
Aaron,
guys,
Smith-Levin, hi, guys.
all of his pants are saggy. He has no butt. He has skipped every leg and squat day in his life. Here we go.
I would ask that the council please ensure to put the Save the Garden proposal on the agenda for May 15th.
I don't know who's doing this. Camera work here. That was such a weird shot. But anyway, so this is, the one time he went to city council to talk about stuff. Okay. We can get out of this now. We don't need any of that. But that's how he has been interacting with Pat Harney the whole time, guys. Okay. It's not actually to help her, to do anything. All of it's just a fucking bullshit taunting. Okay. It's total BS.
Prior experiences, but we're talking about September 20th, 2025. That day, as Mr. Toffness is in the doorway, along with Mr. Shape, trying to shut the door, it becomes clear that that is the purpose, correct?
Right, but Mr. Toffness doesn't work there. So what Mr. Toffness wants to have happen is not relevant.
Can I stop you right there? I just asked you a question.
What was the question? I'm sorry, what was the question?
At this point, Mr. Toffness is trying to shut the door along with the assistance of Mr. Shape.
Yeah.
And it becomes very clear that the purpose is for the door to be shut, correct?
That is correct, yeah.
Okay. And at that point, you did not step away, correct?
Well, I don't think I had an opportunity at that point. I was going to be done in about 10 seconds. They know this. I do it 60 seconds, 2 minutes. I don't know that I had an opportunity to step away before I was injured.
Okay.
And then I just reacted.
So at no point in time from when Mr. Toffness attempts to shut the door to then another individual attempting to shut the door, do you take it upon yourself to step away?
Oh, I understand the question. What you're missing is I'm on public property. They actually lied when they said I'm on private property.
I need everybody to approach, please.
This is a part where Aaron lost his shit in the video that says psycho judge on the fucking thumbnail. Okay. This is, yeah. Here, let's listen. Now, again, we're going to hear what the judge said and how she said it. Okay. So this is the important part. Let's do that.
How many times is he actually going to say I'm on public property when he knows that I said that sheep wasn't going to come in? Do you have any proof whatsoever that he's standing on public property?
I'm not asking the questions,
I know,
so I don't know why you're
No.
addressing me on it. I mean, she's asking the
No.
questions.
All right. Can you pull the jury out, please? Have a seat.
So Jerry is like, why are you asking me, Your Honor? I'm not asking these questions. Part of the lawyer's responsibility, okay, is to make sure that your client is following the rules of the court. You're basically like their custodian, okay? And if they're fucking shit up and not obeying the rules, then that's on you as the lawyer, okay? It's ridiculous to me, okay? It's totally nuts. We'll carry on.
Folks, just leave those at the tent or in your chair.
Very much yes.
Your Honor, the jury does have a hearing in court.
All right. All right. I have heard Mr. Aaron Smith-Levin say it's got to at least be 10 times I was on public property, I was on public property, I was on public property. I believe on our motion to limit trial conference, I made it very clear that that sheet that you all are relying on, that is not reliable, that map, I refuse to take judicial notice of it. It is not an official map. And we discussed the fact that if he was going to say that he was on potential public property, that there better be some proof that he was on public property.
Just pause for a second. Is she screaming? Is she yelling? Is she admonishing anyone? No. She is restating her earlier order. Yeah, this is one of the points where she was allegedly yelling and dressing Aaron down and talking down to him and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. Let's keep going.
Mr. Smith-Levin, you have said over and over and over again you are on public property, and there has been no proof whatsoever that you are on public property. Mm-hmm. None whatsoever.
I have proof, sir. Yeah, I mean...
am I, sir, to you?
No, it's a sign.
That's the moment where Aaron stuck both of his feet into his mouth, all the way down at his ass and back again. Okay. Now let's hear what she says. I'm going to rewind it just a second. Okay. Oh no, that's too far, Nora.
Take judicial notice of it. It is not an official map. And we discussed the fact that if he was going to say that he was on potential public property, that there better be some proof that he was on public property. Mm-hmm. Mr. Smith-Levin, you have said over and over and over again you are on public property, and there has been no proof whatsoever that you are on public property. None whatsoever.
I have proof, sir.
I have proof, sir. Now let's listen to her reaction to that very carefully, because Aaron has described this reaction very emphatically.
Yeah, I mean...
am I, sir, to you?
No, it's a Scientology thing, ma'am. I'm sorry. In Scientology, all women are referred to as sir.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Stop.
You can...
Stop.
100%.
Stop.
So she doesn't believe him. She said stop. He didn't stop. She said stop a second time. He didn't stop. She said stop a third time. It's like Aaron doesn't understand consent. It's like Aaron doesn't understand when he is being told by an actual authority figure to cease talking. Now, that is a Scientology response, 100%. That he's not lying about that. I also understand why the judge would be disinclined to believe that that is real, because so many other lies have come out of Aaron's mouth that she knows are lies in the course of his testimony here and in the previous trial. Okay. Yeah. Let's keep going.
I'm being truthful.
That's the fourth time. Fourth stop.
Okay.
It took 4 times for him to understand. 4 times.
Do you have any proof? Do you have any evidence you're going to be presenting here today, Mr. Theophilopoulos, that that property is on public property?
My answer to that is I don't believe either party should have testified, including Mr. Norman Shake blurting out that this is private property. That's all hearsay. So neither party should have stated that, Your Honor.
Now,
notice how his lawyer doesn't answer the question either. She asked a specific question. Do you have evidence to back up your client that this is public property? Well, I don't think anybody should have talked about it. Rawr!
because if it is private property, then that's a fact. If he's making up a fact, you all were supposed to have proof that this was public property. Now, common sense dictates that that church was not being built on public property. All right, and if it was, they probably by the city would have required a variance, which would have given them the control over it.
And I believe earlier in the chat, I pulled it up. There is a statute there that talks about that in Florida specifically. If you can post that again, I definitely want to look up that statute. But it is astounding to me, Aaron's lawyer's reaction. And I'm sorry, did we hear her screaming? Did she scream it, Jerry, just there? I don't hear any screaming. Yeah.
So my question is, am I about ready to go into contempt proceedings because he has violated over and over again this court's ruling? And it's ridiculous how many times I've heard him say I was on public property. And you know what? It doesn't matter.
Now, again, this is all out of adverse possession. Thank you, Pyrex. Adverse possession. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Boom. Yeah, let's just pull that up here real quick. Thank you so much. Yeah, and it doesn't matter because guess what? He's not being accused of trespassing. He's not on trial for trespassing. He's on trial for first-degree misdemeanor battery. Scientology has not trespassed him. He hasn't been charged with it. It's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the situation. Whether he was on public property, private property, my property, that lady's property, it doesn't matter. So here, let's see here. Let's pull this up. So adverse possession in Pinellas County, Florida, okay, requires a claimant to openly and exclusively occupy a property for 7 consecutive years. They've been there longer than that. Pay all outstanding taxes and file a formal return with the Pinellas County Property Appraiser's Office, often requiring a survey. Without a deed, claimants must meet these strict requirements to legally acquire ownership. I'm sure they probably have the deed, right? Possession must be without the owner's permission. Anti-squatter law. Filing an adverse possession claim will lead to a notation on the public tax records for the property. A quiet title lawsuit is usually required to officially transfer ownership title to the adverse possessor. Okay. Yeah. It's just, yeah. Patrick Perry was on public property. Correct. All right, Sparkles, let's do it.
State, you have anything you want to add?
Oh man, she is mad. Now, she is mad, but she's still not yelling. She's still not psycho. She's still not out of control in any way, shape, or form.
No, Your Honor, from my understanding, we can move past this issue. I was of the understanding that this was not going to become an issue. If it's necessary to address further, we can provide the survey of the property, but I don't think that that's relevant to this, so I don't think that we need to go down that route.
So they have a survey. I wish you guys would have put that into evidence. God damn it. So they have a survey. They have an official survey. Hang on, guys. I gotta grab some Kleenex. 1 second. Here we go.
And by the way, Mr. Theophilopoulos, when you said that he was responding to the state's questions regarding that, absolutely not. He said it several times during your direct examination, and he just keeps doing the gratuitous comments with the state's cross-examination.
And just so the record's clear, I never asked him that question.
That's not the point.
Well, I don't want
you.
the court
I'm not assuming you're
Okay.
doing anything wrong.
Okay.
I'm assuming.
Okay, so now this is the part where Erin claims that she tore into Jerry. Okay? This is allegedly where the judge is screaming at Jerry. Okay? So let's we're going to rewind that a teeny tiny bit.
Can provide the survey of the property, but I don't think that that's relevant to this, so I don't think that we need to go down that route.
And by the way, Mr. Theophilopoulos, when you said that he was responding to the state's questions regarding that, absolutely not. He said it several times during your direct examination, and he just keeps doing the gratuitous comments with the state's cross-examination.
And just so the record's clear, I never asked him that question.
That's not the point.
Well, I don't want the court
I'm not assuming you're doing anything wrong.
Okay.
I'm assuming it's him.
Can I speak? Can I speak?
No, you cannot.
Oh, okay.
That's another part where Erin claims she screamed at him. That's not screaming. Okay? It's not screaming. There's no scream occurring. Right? And no, you don't get to talk right now because guess what? You're on the stand. So you speak when you're spoken to. This is not a woman out of control, having a nervous breakdown, a psychotic person, a tyrant. These are all the words that Erin used to describe her, including commenting after saying all these nasty things. He's like, and also, guys, I mean, clearly when I was in the court next to her, she's clearly a woman. But like, I don't know why this picture, this one right here, that one, that one, because he used the same picture on his thumbnail. Why that picture makes her look like a male, like linebacker. That picture in no way, shape, or form makes her look mannish. It's just like, you know. So, of course, transphobia. So now, is this judge actually a woman? Like, oh my God. Can you be more fucking stupid? I feel like you feel like she's mocking him in the photo. I just feel like Aaron can't get stupider. And then he... There was a blip in the universe, guys. But yeah, no. He's truly one of the dumbest individuals that has ever breathed oxygen as a human being on planet Earth. It is wild to me that this is where we're at.
Over and over and over. It's become a joke here. How many times can I put an asterisk how many times he's going to say public property? It's obvious he's standing at the threshold of the Church of Scientology.
Do you hear Aaron huffing? He's so frustrated that he can't respond right now, but he's going to make it known, you know, that I've said Aaron too many times, right? I know, it's like Beetlejuice. Yeah, he probably will, like Candyman. Like, the judge is taking a beat here, man. Oh, we're all waiting. He's not crying now, but this is a lot of silence. We haven't even brought the jury back in yet. Yeah, this is not good. It's all AI. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'm going to give an instruction to the jury that there is no evidence that the Church of Scientology is on public property. The fact that the defendant has stated it several times is not fact. It's stricken from the record and should not be considered by the jury as fact.
So now, this is the part where he's trying to say this is why she should recuse herself. That line right there. That she's going to give the jury a very specific, very narrow instruction that this public property shit, we're not considering that as a fact because it can't be. There's no proof, there's no documentation and evidence that shows that it's public or private. So, like, no. But this is the instruction, so let's hear it.
Levin, I'm going to also advise you that in a courtroom that people are referred to by their last name. Those witnesses gave you the same respect by not calling you Aaron, and I don't think anybody has called you Aaron in this courtroom since the moment you ever walked into it. You are to give the same respect to every other witness that you're testifying about. Do you understand?
Absolutely.
Then when I tell you not to do it...
So disrespectful. The answer to that question is yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Don't continue to repeat it like you did.
No, I totally understand.
Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury back in, please.
May I, before they come in?
Yes.
I would like a curative instruction as to Norman Shape's testimony with regards to it being private property, as there's been zero evidence introduced that it's private property. If you're doing it for the defense, against the defense, it should also be against Mr. Norman Shape.
All right, overruled.
Okay, so right there, now this is part of their contention, that Jerry right there tried to also kind of amend the jury instructions to include that Norman Shape saying it's private property doesn't get to be admitted into evidence. Is that correct? Is that not correct? I don't know. I do know that Norman Shape, Andrew, is not incorrect when he states that Aaron is on private property. The judge knows that. The prosecution knows that. Jerry, I'm betting, probably knows that, but he is desperate right now. So he got overruled. Overruled. Because where he's standing, it doesn't fucking matter. Yeah.
I'm reiterating the fact that this defendant has been told several times that he was not to discuss that.
Okay. So she's also going to add in that he was not supposed to discuss that. She's not going to read the whole motion because that's not something that the jury sees, the motion in limine. But she's going to make it known to the jury that this defendant was told not to discuss that aspect, okay, which is a fact. It's not to prejudice the jury. It's for a clarification for them to understand why she's making this ruling about that not being a fact, right? It's a clarification of that. Correct.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to instruct you that there has been no evidence.
No, Jerry never objected once when Norman Shape did that. And if he had objected at the time that Andrew was testifying that, they might have had a chance to argue this, right? If Jerry had objected and like requested to have a sidebar with the judge and been like, Judge, we weren't allowed to enter in our evidence showing that this is public property. He cannot state that it's private property, without, there's no evidence of that either. And if he would have argued that, then the prosecution would have had their say and she could have made a ruling about that. And then at that time, given the jury an instruction like, hey, the fact of who owns the property that was being stood on is actually not in contention right here. That's not what we're talking about in this case. But Jerry didn't do that. So now he thinks he can put it in the appeal, but he never objected to it. So yeah, that's just crazy.
That the Church of Scientology is on public property. The fact that the defendant has stated it several times is not fact. That statement that it's public property is stricken from the record, and you are not to consider that as fact in this case. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, so just to reorient the jury of where we were at, the question I had just asked you was, at this point we have Mr. Toughness trying to shut the door as well as with the assistance of Mr. Shape. At that time, you would have come to know that they were trying to close the door. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You also testified, not only on cross-examination, but as well as on direct examination, that the door was not going to close on its own volition, that it was simply in almost like a state of which that it's just going to exist.
It's in a neutral state when it comes to momentum.
A neutral state, thank you.
Right.
So, but you also testified on your direct examination that you were injured as a result of this event. Is that correct?
Totally correct.
And you specifically testified that a giant, heavy wooden door was being slammed on your foot repeatedly. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was by Mr. Toughness, who we saw here earlier today, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Shape, who we also saw earlier today.
Yep.
As well as by a door that you just reaffirmed was in a neutral state. Correct?
Exactly. A heavy object can have neutral momentum. It's a heavy door. It's giant. It's huge. But it's neutral when it comes to its momentum. It doesn't close on its own or open on its own.
Okay.
So the force of the grown...
Aaron, I only have a 7th grade education, Smith-Levin, is now incorrectly explaining a principle of physics. An object in motion will stay in motion as long as it doesn't come into contact with another object. He literally has no understanding of basic science fucking shit. Neutral motion. I don't think that's a thing. I'm going to Google it just in case. Just in case I'm full of shit. Neutral. I can't. My head is swimming at this, like, neutral law. There's a neutral law of motion. Okay, the law of inertia. I think that's what he thinks he's talking about, right? States that an object at rest stays at rest. And an object in motion stays in motion with the same speed in the same direction unless acted upon by an unbalanced external force. Okay. This principle signifies that an object will maintain a constant velocity or remain stationary if the net force acting on it is 0, meaning no acceleration occurs. So I think that's what he's trying to talk about, and it's wrong. Because he acted as a force on the door when he booped it with his foot, and then it was rebooped in the opposite direction by the doorstop. He doesn't, like, at least have a cue card or something. Yeah, the door would be slamming forever. I mean, it's like, oh, man. Okay.
And shutting the heavy door on my foot, the weight of the door is still relevant.
And I just want to clarify. You don't specialize in physics, right?
I didn't even finish middle school.
Okay, so that's just your opinion.
Do you hear people laughing? I didn't even finish middle school. So that's just your opinion about that, because she went to a lot of school, y'all, like including law school, and she knows that that is not the law of inertia. My God.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's his opinion. It's not. And the whole jury now knows this guy's a moron. Right at that moment, even if they weren't already thinking it with his attitude and everything else, right there, and him laughing. That's my opinion. They are like, this guy is a fucking idiot. How does he walk and chew gum at the same time? My God.
Now, I just want to clarify
Still laughing.
something with you. At no point does Mr. Shape put his hands on you, correct?
Sighing.
I don't think he did.
Okay, and at no point does Mr. Toffness put his hands on you, correct?
No, just the door.
Okay. But you put your hands on Mr. Shape, right?
Afterwards, very briefly, you guys saw the video.
So he admits in court, not the story that he told his audience over and over and over and over again. I didn't even touch him. I fell over. I fell. I fell over. I bumped him. Now, the truth is out. I put my hands on him. I put my hands on him. Guys, what is the definition of battery? First degree misdemeanor battery. Pinellas County. Okay, let's put it up here. In Florida, a first-degree misdemeanor battery is defined under Florida Statute 784.03, which is what he's charged with, as intentionally touching, striking, or causing bodily harm to another person against their will. Right there, that testimony, that's why you're guilty. She asked you, did you put your hands on him? He didn't say in answer to that question, no, I fell on him because of the door. I fell. He says, yes, I did, very briefly. It doesn't matter how long the contact was, Aaron. You see in the statute, it doesn't say, well, if you only did it for 1.5 seconds, then this is no big deal. Okay. He admitted to committing battery. Case fucking closed, bruh. You're an idiot. How was Jerry at that moment just like full clench his anus? His whole taint is like clenched up into his face. I mean, right there, your client, Mr. Theophilopoulos, literally admitted guilt to the crime. Am I hearing this wrong? That's what I heard. It's not about the judge, Aaron. You said you did it in court under oath. Let's hear it again. Oops. I only have that up. Let me put the video back up. Actually, I'm going to cancel that. We're going to keep that on the screen. Shares these the audio. Here we go. I went back too far, guys, to the...
That the door was not going to close on its own volition, that it was simply in almost like a state of which that it's just going to exist.
It's in a neutral state when it comes to momentum.
A neutral state, thank you.
Right.
So, but you also testified on your direct examination that you were injured as a result of this event. Is that correct?
Totally correct.
And you specifically testified that a giant heavy wooden door was being slammed on your foot repeatedly.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that was by Mr. Toffness, who we saw here earlier today, right?
Yeah.
And Mr. Shape, who we also saw earlier today.
Yep.
As well as by a door that you just reaffirmed was in a neutral state. Correct?
Yeah. Exactly. A heavy object can have neutral momentum. It's a heavy door. It's giant. It's huge. But it's neutral when it comes to its momentum. It doesn't close on its own or open on its own.
Okay.
So the force of the grown man shutting the heavy door on my foot, the weight of the door is still relevant.
And I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
You don't specialize in physics, right?
I didn't even finish middle school.
Okay, so that's just your opinion.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I just want to clarify something with you. At no point does Mr. Shape put his hands on you, correct?
I don't think he did.
Okay, and at no point does Mr. Toughness put his hands on you, correct?
No, just the door.
Okay. But you put your hands on Mr. Shape, right?
Afterwards, very briefly, you guys saw the video.
And you shoved him against the wall.
I mean, I don't think I shoved him. It was a reaction. I guess I shouldn't object to it. I mean, the truth is, it was like a reflex shove. Yeah. But I still had my phone in one of my hands. It wasn't even two open hands. You know what I mean? It was like one backwards hand and one forwards hand. That's what the video will show.
Okay.
Yeah.
And again,
guys, it got worse. It got worse with the clarification just then. Like, well, I mean, I guess I shouldn't object to the word shove because it wasn't like two hands. It was one backwards hand because I was holding my phone. So it's one this way and one this way. So, yeah, I mean, yeah. How does he not understand that this moment right here, he's literally admitting guilt and he's laughing. Guys, it's so funny. It was not even like, it's just this, it was a reaction. I did that. Yeah. Yeah. He admitted guilt. He admitted that he did the thing. There is no way he's going to get granted a new trial. This section right here. This is, what are we at? What's the fucking timestamp here? Okay, like at the 3, this is where he admits guilt. All the other things, they don't even fucking matter. He testified under oath that he did the battery while laughing. Like, case motherfucking closed. There's no judge in the history of judging. It's going to be like, okay, so what are we saying? The judge got testy with you. Okay. But you said you did it. Do you remember this? This is the transcript. This is what you said. Do you remember that? Did you say those things? Well, yes, Your Honor. But however, no. Okay. You said that. Thank you. That's a case closed. You said you're guilty. Wonderful. Do your probation, motherfucker. Holy shit.
Just to clarify, you would agree with me that you're bigger than Mr. Shape as well, correct?
I don't know, actually. I'm probably heavier than him. He might be taller than me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Aaron's thinking he's getting it. He's winning right now. Hashtag winning.
And Mr. Smith-Levin, you also testified that you were in an immense amount of pain.
I've had worse, but yeah, it hurt a lot.
You specifically testified that you were in so much pain that you were in pain for days.
My foot hurt for days. I don't want to make it sound like I was like laid up in bed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Your foot hurt for days.
Yeah, I had a bone bruise. It was a deep bruise.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
you had a bone bruise. How do you know? How do you know that? Did you see a doctor who did an x-ray and were like, this is a bone bruise? No, I don't think so.
in that video, you would agree with me that there's no limp, right?
I don't think so.
Okay.
No.
But you were in immense amount of pain?
Yeah.
Okay. A moment to confer?
Yeah. He's not limping. He just screamed. He didn't go to the doctor. He didn't file a report. Guys, who looks like, if I'm the jury, okay, if I'm the jury right now, who looks like they're telling the truth about what happened? Okay? Does Andrew Shape and Bob Toughness look like they're telling the truth? Or does Aaron Smith-Levin look like he's telling the truth? No pictures of the bruise, no nothing.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes.
Oh, here we go. Jerry's up.
Mr. Smith-Levin, were you intentionally touched or struck by that door on September 20th,
Absolutely.
2025?
Absolutely.
And who's responsible for striking you, touching you with that door?
Mr. Toughness and Mr. Shape.
You didn't file charges. You didn't go and tell them. Yes, absolutely, Tyler. This is why I say, when I say Aaron Smith-Levin is a Scientologist, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I have to change the oh no. Put that back over there. Actually, I'll just hang on. No. Stop. There we go. Okay. Lawrence Wright's description of this mindset as crushing certainty is on full display here. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I need this to go away, please. Please, bye. Okay, there we go. Now we're back to where we were before. All right. Yeah. This is it's unbelievable here.
Do you have any animosity at that time towards Mr. Toughness or Mr. Shape?
No.
20.
Did you punch him in the face?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, you make.
Did you put? What did he ask? I'm sorry, I talked over it.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes.
All right.
Mr. Smith-Levin, were you intentionally touched or struck by that door on September 20th,
Absolutely.
2025?
Absolutely.
And who's responsible for striking you, touching you with that door?
Mr. Toughness and Mr. Shape.
Do you have any animosity at that time towards Mr. Toughness or Mr. Shape?
No.
Did you punch him in the face?
No, I did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right,
This is like that scene in what's that fucking movie where they're in Vegas? You know, and he's like, "But did you die?" But did you die? Like, what the fuck kind of question was that, Jerry? My God.
You go sit down with your attorney. Will the defense have any other witnesses?
The defense will rest, Your Honor.
Okay, State, is there any rebuttal?
One moment, Your Honor. At this time, the state rests as well, Your Honor.
Okay. Both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final argument. Please remember that what the attorneys say is not evidence or your instruction on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments. They are intended to aid you in understanding the case. Each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide this time between an opening argument and a rebuttal argument if the defense gives a closing argument. State, who will be doing the opening part of the closing?
The first close.
All right, Mr. Holmes.
Your Honor, may we approach on that little procedural matter?
Yes.
What's happening here? What are we gonna do, Jerry? What's the move?
I just want to renew my judgment of acquittal based on the evidence that's been presented.
You don't have to give a lot.
Just relying on our previous argument, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to find that actually the new level, that there's sufficient evidence that goes before the jury on the battery. Okay. Okay. The trial hasn't lasted that long. I generally say 30 minutes both sides, closing and a rebuttal. Okay? All right, thank you.
Wow, she's so unhinged, man. She's so angry at Jerry.
All right, Mr. Homey, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court? Counsel.
Thank you.
Members of the jury. At the beginning of today, we came before you and told you that we were going to present evidence to meet a burden of beyond reasonable doubt that that defendant battered Mr. Shaver. Even if by that, the elements we mean that he did actually intentionally touch physical contact with this shape. You watch that video. We talked a lot, had a lot of people come in today, and we have this great video of the actual event itself that you just watched. You see him walking in front of this door. Door closed, he's not welcome. Door swings back open, he jumps right back in. Immediately, that phone is out. He's not trying to have a conversation with somebody. He pulls that phone out. As Mr. Tompkins is telling you, he's being antagonistic to the point that they're concerned inside that building. We heard Mr. Tompkins come in and give his first impression from in that moment of what he thought was happening. But based on his tone and his demeanor, he thought there might be danger. He's being antagonistical. He wants to go re-shut that door that's already closed. Watch the videos and watch as he goes to shut that door. Not only does the defendant not get out of the way, not stand still, he moves further into the doorway to make sure that door stays open.
That part.
He is putting himself in this position. And then as they try to close the door, he stands firmly in that doorway to make sure it stays open and will not let that door shut. You saw them present pictures that will show that the scuff marks on his shoe. And I'm not sure it helps them as much as they think it does.
No, they didn't.
Think of the force that he is keeping himself planted in this spot as they're trying to shut a door to leave that kind of mark on his foot. How adamantly he is keeping himself in this position. How adamantly he is insisting that he stay here in this doorway, preventing that door from being shut. Mr. Tompkins tries to close it. Mr. Shape is trying to close it. And he will not move, will not let them shut the door. He grows upset. You see him in the video. And he falls forward and intentionally shoves Mr. Shape with his hands up against the other door. Watch his reaction as he gets pushed back. Now, Mr. Shape does not raise his fist to defend himself. He tries to de-escalate the situation, move him away from the doorway, so that door can be re-shut. It is locked.
I think we all know that.
You'll see him go back up to the door, try to reopen it, try to get back in again. Door's locked, thankfully. Folks, we have met our burden of proving beyond reasonable doubt that Mr. Smith-Levin did intentionally touch or strike the victim against his will.
There you go.
And so we're going to ask you to come back and return a verdict that makes sense with the laws, with facts, and with what you brought in here today, your own common sense. And that is a verdict of guilty of battery.
Mr. Theophilus, will the defense be doing a closing?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Here we go. Let's hear Jerry's excuses and justifications. Here we go.
Here's the video. I want you to pay close attention how Mr. Smith-Levin is pulling his foot out from underneath the door when they're both pulling it on him.
Yeah, I agree.
Right there. That right there is what caused the damage to his boot.
Not his boots! Not the boots!
What is reasonable doubt? I'm going to read to you the instruction part of it.
Jerry doesn't even mention his foot. Why not say this is what caused the damage to his boot and bruised his bones? This is literally like rich people problems. His boot, guys, his boot, not the boot.
All the instructions are important, but there's a few that we contend are really important today.
They probably
The
are
state,
from
as we
Costco, to be
talked about
honest.
earlier, has the burden of proof 100%, including when it comes to justifiable use of non-deadly force, which is self-defense. Self-defense. It is a defense to the crime of battery if the actions of Aaron Smith-Levin constituted
Now who's shouting?
the justifiable use of non-deadly force. Non-deadly force means not likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or modern harm. Here we have zero harm based on a slight push. Aaron Smith-Levin, this is the instruction you're getting, does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using non-deadly force, a slight push. Instead, for you to find Mr. Aaron Smith-Levin guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using non-deadly force. Again, instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state of Florida must prove beyond a reasonable doubt the defendant was not justified in using non-deadly force.
No, Jerry, actually, that's not what they have the burden of proof on. Because Aaron didn't file a co-complaint. Aaron actually didn't file anything. The case at hand isn't a mutual combat case, Jerry. You can argue that it's mutual combat all day long, except, Jerry, your client admitted that he did it. Not once, but twice. And then even clarified how he did the thing that he is on trial for. So, yeah. Yeah. This is insane to me, this closing.
So we get to reasonable doubt. I want to read part of it. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or...
I don't know what that phrase means. I am genuinely confused. An abiding conviction of guilt. What the fuck does that mean? An abiding conviction of guilt is a deeply settled, lasting, and moral certainty of a defendant's guilt, representing the highest standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt in criminal cases. It signifies that a juror's belief is enduring and based on a thorough examination of evidence, not merely a temporary suspicion or gut feeling. Interesting. So he's trying to say that not only do you have to have a beyond reasonable doubt, but you have to be so fucking certain that it goes beyond measure. Oh no, this represents the highest standard of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I see. But he's not defining that for the jury. He's just using things. It's the same thing as beyond reasonable doubt. I say, what is doubt? What is a door? Okay. Yeah.
If having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable.
No.
Reasonable doubt is that door threshold on his foot with a slight push holding his phone. If there was animosity here, there would have been a brawl. If there was animosity here...
So if Aaron actually didn't like Mr. Shape, he would have fucking gone completely psychotic. Isn't that refreshing, guys? Isn't that refreshing?
Here on the part of Mr. Smith-Levin, he would have punched Mr. Shape in the face. There was no animosity here. When a person is being injured, is being hurt, feels any type of pain, they have a right in Florida to meet the force that's used against them with equal force. They're pulling that door onto his foot. He pushes him off. It's self-defense.
It's insane. He doesn't push Andrew off the door. If he did that, he would have, while he was chest to chest with Andrew, would have pushed him at that moment back into the building, because that would have taken the pressure off his foot and off the door. No, after he wanted them to hurt him. He stated in previous shit, after the whole first arrest happened, that he was going to see if they would, fuck with him. This was all another experiment, guys. He pushed him after the door, Jerry.
All day long. You know, the sad part about this whole case is the following. Mr. Robert Toughness comes to the door. All he has to say is, please move out of the way.
He said, excuse me. Aaron didn't even acknowledge his words.
We're closing the door. That is all he had to say. Please move out of the way. We're closing the door. You don't hurt an individual because you don't agree with their philosophies. Our country stands on the First Amendment. You have a right to your opinion.
So he had an opinion that he didn't need to move his foot? Is that what we're saying? What the fuck is Jerry saying right now? This is insane. Yes, he absolutely was waiting for an opportunity. 100%. Yeah, I don't understand the argument of like, it could have come to blows, What?
Mr. Toughness had told you when he testified.
I think so, Kelly.
I asked him, and this goes to
Hit
whether
the like
somebody's
button,
being
guys.
truthful.
Almost 500 of you.
You come into court, you tell the truth.
Yeah.
I specifically asked him, did you tell Detective Bieber that Mr. Smith-Levin barged in? He didn't really want to answer the question. And then he started to answer the question. So I went further. Did you tell Detective Bieber when you were being interviewed the guy was trying to get in? I had to play his interview to refresh his memory. And when he heard and saw himself on the video, he admitted to it.
Oh my God.
You don't lie to try.
He admitted that he thought at the time when he was talking to the police that Aaron was trying to come into the building. How is that helpful to your case, Jerry? Is Jerry?
To get a conviction, you come into court and you tell the truth. Both Andrew, Mr. Norman Shape, and Mr. Robert Toffness embellished this whole incident. And they didn't have to. Why? They wanted law enforcement to come after Mr. Smith-Levin. They wanted charges against Mr. Smith-Levin. You're going to get the battery instruction, and it states the following, and I'm going to improvise it a little bit. To prove the crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt.
Here we go.
It's my version. Norman Shape and Robert Toffness actually and intentionally touched or struck Mr. Smith-Levin against his will. That is a battery. They were the aggressors.
There's no charges filed, Jerry, because your client was a lazy fuck. I'm a big guy. I'm not going to go and whine to the cops about my foot getting hurt. So not only does he admit to committing battery, by its simplest definition, he admitted to putting hands on Andrew. He also admitted under oath that no, he didn't report it. And why? Why, kids? Why? Because he literally, I'm a big guy. Sorry. I'm a big, strong man. He sounds like Stuart. Stuart, I'm a big boy. Look what I can do. Stuart, stop it. Stop it, Stuart. Stuart. Oh my God. It's a big, strong guy. Stuart. I have to find that video after.
Pulling that door on his foot. My client touched nobody up to that point.
Nobody.
Nobody.
Up to that
point. You don't just go up and start pulling a door on somebody's foot because you may not like them. All of this, we wouldn't be here today. Please move out of the doorway. We're going to close the door. That is what a gentleman would do. But they don't like Mr. Aaron Smith.
Hello, I'm Mrs. Larkin. I ran over as soon as I heard you.
That's what a gentleman would do. Is anything that Mr. Aaron Smith-Levin is doing in his conduct in this incident gentlemanly? I don't think so. I don't think so.
That is the reality of this. And what did Mr. Smith-Levin tell Mr. Norman Shape? You battered me, I'm going to call the police.
Where were you?
Once he hears that,
I was in the back.
what does Mr. Norman Shape do? He goes running to the police. They get their video and they make up this concoction that he's yelling, that he's antagonistic, that he's trying to break in. It's not true. It just isn't true.
You let my son play cards?
Yeah, we're real naughty here.
Of the doorway.
Well, Stuart, you have me worried sick.
Then he's on his own.
Stuart,
You don't
no,
just
stop,
start
Donnelly. Come on, let's go. Stop, Donnelly. Come
Start
on, we gotta
closing
go.
doors on somebody.
Absolutely not. No, come on, let's go.
Ideas of what you're going to do. And like I said, if Mr. Smith-Levin was this antagonistic, vicious person yelling, screaming on that day, somebody would have had a black eye. But that's not Mr. Smith-Levin. You heard he's got a YouTube channel. Scientology doesn't like it.
You guys can hear me playing the Stuart. Start! Let it go! Here, I'll play. You can hear the audio.
Oh, let's go. And what did mommy tell you about playing cards?
Only dirty people play cards.
That's right. Now, come on. Let's go.
Come on, Stuart. I was trying to pull it up, but I also don't want to get copyright strike. I'll leave it. I'm sorry.
The documentarian, he documents things with video. And sometimes he's a protester.
Sometimes.
They go out to certain buildings and streets, on the sidewalk, and they protest Scientology. They want you to believe that he's a protester, that's why he was there. He even told you, I wasn't there protesting. I was there to talk to Pat. I've talked to Pat on numerous occasions. And you saw in the video, Pat is the black lady behind the reception desk.
The black lady. My God.
So when you look at all the evidence, when you look at that threshold, the pictures we supplied, there was a reason for that, to show how that boot that he was wearing, how hard they were actually pulling that door on him where he could finally slide it out. And you've got those marks. That's evidence. And like I said, all of this could have been avoided. He'd been there before he testified. No problems. Please move out of the doorway. And if you notice, they're all testifying that the building was closed. The building was closed. Watch their video. Watch our video. When you see their video, you're going to see the blinds come down, first on the right side door and then on the left side door. Mm-hmm. Now the building is closed. So they're trying to portray this picture. We're having this interfaith meeting, and he interrupted it. Well, I asked Mr. Robert Toffness, because he testified on direct examination. He was involved with the interfaith meeting. There were many people in the lobby there. But when you look at the video, Mr. Toffness is at the reception desk leaning over. He's not involved in an interfaith meeting. And I questioned him about that, and he got uncomfortable, as you could see. But you don't come into court and embellish and don't tell the truth. People are not rewarded for lying in court. Period.
Yeah.
Period.
Period.
Their proof is so great here.
Oh.
They have the burden. You heard about the civil, just 49 and 51%. The burden of proof on them is like this here. It's heavy because this is a criminal case.
Like this? I don't know.
It's very serious. Have they proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Smith-Levin did not use self-defense appropriately? No.
I don't. I think if they hear this, nobody's going to hire him.
The door, the boot, and when they get on the stand,
his foot,
they look you in the face and they don't tell the truth. That's discerning. That's not right. That's where you people come into play. You are the most powerful people in Mr. Aaron Smith-Levin's life. And this right can be fixed. This wrong can be fixed to a right, excuse me. He clearly is not guilty just based on self-defense alone. And they chose not to bring charges against Mr. Toffness, intentionally touching or striking an individual with the door, a battery. The state chose not.
No. Incorrect. Your client never filed a police report. How can the state Just they can't do that, Jerry. That's against the law. The state, if there is no victim to make a report about something, then there is no crime. This is how people literally get away with murder, right? So if someone is unalived by someone and they have no friends, family, nothing, no one to report it, it's not, there's not. Now, was a crime committed? Sure. But will the state prosecute the crime? Not until they are made aware of it through a complaint, aka police report. What the fuck are we even talking about? This is wild. This is wild. Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I gotta go. I need to run to the ladies real quick, guys. Okay, hang on 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves. And we're back. Sorry. I went to the bathroom and then I had to get a snack. I'm starving, guys. So let's keep going here. Here we go.
To bring charges against Norman Shape for intentionally striking an individual or touching against their will. They've drawn the line in the sand. But this is where jurors come into play. You get to look at those videos, you get to see the videos, you get to hear the videos. And at the end of the day, all the evidence points to one verdict. Not guilty. Why? It's based on self-defense. You're permitted to put your hands on someone if they're hurting you. Please move out of the doorway. That's how people used to be. Much kinder, much gentler. The times have changed. Just because you're a Scientologist does not mean you can muscle people around and use your will against them. And again, at the end of the day, if Mr. Smith-Levin truly had a bad bone in his body on that day, Norman Shape would have been hurt. He would have been hit hard. All he did was enough to get him away from him. And then when he realized, all right, it's diffused, that was it. It was over. Ow, ow, what are you doing? You hurt my foot. No.
So are we to believe the argument before us is that if Mr. Smith-Levin had a bad bone in his body, Andrew Shape would have been harmed more than just this shove? I don't think you're making a good argument here, Jerry. That seems like a not great argument to be making for your client or anybody else. This is crazy. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. He didn't just say ex-Scientologist. Let's see.
And again, at the end of the day, if Mr. Smith-Levin truly had a bad bone in his body on that day, Norman Shape would have been hurt. He would have been hit hard. All he did was enough to get him away from him. And then when he realized, all right, it's diffused, that was it. It was over. Ow, ow, what are you doing? You hurt my foot. No response. Zero response. So when you look at their testimony and you see if it matches up with the evidence and the videos and the pictures, Mr. Toffner's testimony doesn't, and Mr. Sharp's testimony doesn't. I have an old saying, reasonable doubt. Proof of guilt must be so compelling that a mother would convict her only son. No mother would convict her only son.
So that's his standard. That's his standard. That a mother would convict her only child. That's insane. Like, the law doesn't matter. It just matters if that's what you interpret when you see it. Unbelievable.
For defending himself in the manner he did. He was almost soft about it. Enough just to get him away. Like, what are you doing? And that is a pure textbook case of self-defense. You don't have to sit there and let somebody hurt you. You can defend yourself. My client never raised a hand acting like he was going to hit anybody. He never threatened anybody. But when you don't fit in with a certain part of society, Scientology, you get hurt, and then you can defend yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you. The righteous verdict today is a self-defense verdict, not guilty. Thank you.
No! I'm sorry, guys. I thought I had to mute it when I was chewing. What the fuck? The righteous verdict is a self-defense verdict. Oh my God. He's wildly insane.
And will the state have a rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Mee?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court?
Yes.
Counsel. Members of the jury. Our burden is heavy. It's serious. And guess what, members of the jury? We've met that burden here today. Give them an inch, they take a mile. Members of the jury, I submit to you that that's exactly what happened on September 20th, 2025. You watched the video here for yourself. You've heard several witnesses testify to the events. And what did you see in that video? You watched this defendant walking by a building, and a woman comes out of the building. What does he do instead of keeps walking? Perfect. My opportunity to get in the doorway that was closed, that is now open, have my phone out, and he said it himself, have a conversation. Members of the jury, those are his words. But what other words did you hear here today? You heard from Mr. Toughness that his back was to the door. You saw that in the video. And his attention was grabbed. What was that attention grabbed by? This defendant yelling. It startled him. He felt that there was a danger. So what did he do? He went to the doors that were closed, now open because of the fact that the defendant is in the way, and tries to shut them. Members of the jury, what else did he tell you? He specifically said, "Excuse me," as in closing the door. And I had the opportunity to ask the defendant several questions. And every time I asked him, "Did you step away? Did you come to know that they were trying to shut the door?" He said, "Yes, I knew they were trying to shut the door." And no, I didn't step away. I stayed there. He told you he wedged his foot under the door.
They believe that, Lindsay, because he repeated it over and over and over. When it happened on his live, he said he didn't do it. And then he told his narrative over and over and over. Even when he knew that this tape that he saw on the day of his first arrest, not for this incident, guys, for violating the conditions of his bond and running up to John Gaffney. Yeah. What's up, Liz?
He told you he wedged his foot under the door. He told you what that door was doing. Members of the jury, he was in a place he wasn't welcome. Two individuals who were welcome at that location were trying to maintain the...
That's the whole case. I know I'm not welcome at a Scientology building. They're not going to ask me to come inside. I know that. They're not going to allow me to go in. All Liz's are here. Liz's report. What's up, holla? Liz Gale, Liz Ferris. We got every Liz in here. Wonderful. I love my Liz's. I'll ask Liz and Liz. Liz's, hello, my friends. Do you feel that you could go up to a Scientology building and be welcome inside? Even if there's a sign out front that says, all are welcome? Do you think that that sign pertains to you? Anyone? I'll wait for the Liz's response here. But I'm very well aware that that sign does not pertain to me. I've made jokes about it even. Thank you. Thank you, Ferris. Also, Liz Gale just did a live, guys. When you're done here, pop on over there and see what she was talking about. Because as you guys may or may not know, Liz Gale's TikTok was just fucking it's gone because TikTok banned her because she made videos saying not to do the TikTok runs somehow. It's so weird that like it must be like as if she got reported by a bunch of people falsely reporting her, and then you can't appeal. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't think any of us are under the Delulu impression that we are welcome in those buildings, except for Sparkles.
Closed doors, and here we are. I'm going to go through some of the points that were made on defense's closing. I just want to re-emphasize one point that I just made. Obviously, it comes down to one thing according to defense: self-defense. This is a self-defense case, open and shut, done. That's not true, members of the jury. You've had the opportunity to sit here and hear all of the testimony and see all of the evidence. And your common sense tells you, it's not that simple. That is not.
Yes, Ferris, I was with you that day. You proudly just walked right into that org and were like, can I buy a book for my mom? Can I ship it to her? And they were like, okay. Now, if they had gotten your, like figured out who you were, they may have been like, ma'am, you need to leave. But they didn't care. They were so desperate. They were fucking stoked. They got a book sale.
What happened on September 20th, 2025. There was a point made that
hey, Gen X,
there was no animosity. If there was animosity, things would have happened. Members of the jury, this defendant is a protester. He told you he's a protester. He went to a building owned by the Church of Scientology, had an interaction with members of the Church of Scientology. Use your common sense. I also want to emphasize the fact that there's all this focus on Mr. Toughness. Mr. Toughness is the one that battered this defendant. Come on. Mr. Toughness walked up here today and sat in that chair and answered every question to the best of his ability. And sure, members of the jury, he got a little tied up, he got a little confused. It's nerve-wracking to take that chance. It's nerve-wracking to face the individual who brought you here today. He got a little confused.
No, object. That's a misinterpretation of the law, Your Honor.
I'm going to advise the jury that every person who is charged with a criminal offense has a right to have a jury trial. The state brought the charges, so technically the state brought you here. All right, go ahead.
There you go. See, oh, look how
members of the jury,
guys, look how biased she is. I can't believe how biased this judge is by basically upholding Jerry's objection and then explaining further how Jerry was correct to the jury. What a fucking bitch. What a bitch. My God. Clearly, so crazy. Like, what is he talking about? What is he talking about? Thank you, Tampa B, man. I love you, baby. You know that. Thank you. Yeah, TikTok is weird on the reporting. It's total bullshit. How can you make an argument that this woman is psychotic, having a nervous breakdown, is a tyrant, when she literally not only upheld the objection, but fucking clarified it for the jury? These guys are so fucking stupid. So fucking dumb. Liz is back answering the question. Of course we're not welcome there. Like, we're not stupid. My God.
His testimony was clear. He was intimidated. He was nervous. He was worried about what was going to happen. And he acted as he saw fit. He tried to shut the door. He said, "Excuse me." And another individual, Mr. Shape, came to the door and tried to assist him. That's it. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He was trying to protect the people he thought needed it. There was also great emphasis that the fact that he was tied up or a little bit confused, that he's embellishing his story. He made it up. He's lying to you. He's lying. He's lying. Members of the jury, again, you didn't leave your common sense at that door. Don't forget that.
Morgan trying to get sassy here.
In fact, I just want to emphasize that Mr. Homey did come back up here on redirect and said, did you tell the necessary parties what happened truthfully? He said, yes. Did you want to be truthful here today? Yes. Simple as that, members of the jury. A little bit of confusion. There was also a point made that all the parties in this case, what did they do? They made up a story. They ran to the police upon learning.
Guys, Fugazi's back over there on Rumble. Nora has been caught working with this judge. When? Working with the judge? In what capacity? This is my favorite thing about Aaron's literal cult members. They just say words and then put my name in it. And then like, ah! Like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? Fugazi. You know your name means fake, right? So you're literally fake. It's like, yeah, like, what? What are you talking about? What are you What? Yeah. I love that shit. It just makes me laugh.
That the defendant was going to report them. Members of the jury, that's not what happened. You saw the video.
Wait a minute, Harry Potter's beard. It's not a joke? What's not a joke? I know, I hope the pay is well, right? Like, what money, guys? I fucking wish. Yeah, it's a conspiracy. That's what it is. Yeah. Basically, if the judge is a psycho, where'd you go? Sage. If the judge is a psycho, then we all need inpatient therapy. Agreed. Yeah, we're all, guys, you guys are all bots. You're all being paid. Not real people. There's not really 478 people in here. Poor Eric. Guys, can I just show you something? This was sent to me. This is one of the funniest things I have ever seen. Let me download this here. This is the brain trust that we're working with here, guys. Okay. This is, yeah, hang on. My God. I honestly, guys, I can't even believe this is a real thing. Eric Rader made this thumbnail, obviously with artificial intelligence. This is not a real picture of him arm wrestling an alien. I think we all know that. But this, guys, this is what Eric Rader believes in his mind what he looks like. Okay. He believes this is like literally, look at this thing. Look at the muscles. Look at how he made his body. He made his face trimmed out, and then like ARC later. And this guy's got a weird AI Scientology tattoo. Eric's, this is like the movie Over the Top for those of us in Gen X who saw that movie too many times on HBO when we were kids. This is what Eric thinks he looks like in real life. This is the level of delusion that we are working with here on Aaron's team, right? I know what I look like. I am aware of what exactly my whole body looks like. I would never be making a fucking picture of myself a la Trump is Rambo, Trump is Superman, Trump is Jesus. To be like, that's me, guys. And then you watch him and his corn tooth is hanging out and like what? This is the delusion that they're in. Like, I'm all for body positivity, guys. I try to tell myself every day, that I love myself, I'm beautiful, and put positive vibrations into myself, right? Because a negative self-talk doesn't help you, right? And I'm not suggesting that Eric should have negative self-talk about himself. I'm saying he should be realistic. He doesn't look like that. He doesn't have any of that muscle structure. That's not real. Like, that's crazy. If that's what he thinks he looks like. If he honestly believes that, guys, I hope he gets some mental health help. Because, like, that is Delulu Central. Like, if he went around with just like a picture, just him, the muscles, and he showed this, and he showed it to like a random person on the street, who's this? They would not look at it and then look at him and then look at it and be like, well, that's you, obviously. No one would identify him in that picture. Yeah. I mean, we all do. I mean, yeah, there's some muscles in this arm underneath this fluff. Like it's, there's some bounce back there, but it's not what it used to be. I don't have a definition there like I used to when I was young and fit. Oh man, it's just, yeah. That's just an example of the Delulu guys that we're dealing with here. And apparently Jerry is also under that Delulu. Don't forget that Aaron famously said, I wrote a letter to Jerry. I wrote a couple. It wasn't a letter, it was an email. I wrote a couple emails to Jerry, basically like begging him to be wary of Aaron, that he's lying to you. And like, I gave tons of evidence. And Aaron made a video after that saying, oh yeah, Jerry called me and was like, I got this email, and they were laughing. And he's like, what's wrong with her? And then Aaron was like, oh yeah, she's a special one. Like, oh, okay. I'm crazy. Now, when we're hearing this testimony, it's literally clear that both of these men are malignant narcissists and do not exist in reality. I understand that a defense lawyer is supposed to put up a rigorous defense of their client. That's like your only job. But this is beyond a rigorous defense. You are in a parallel universe that does not exist at all. Okay. Like, you're trying to create a Mandela effect in the courtroom at this point.
They didn't make it up. They reported what happened. Members of the jury, during jury selection, you agreed that you would follow the law.
Follow the law.
In fact, you went so far as to say that you would follow the law even if you didn't like it. And members of the jury, what does that law say? I'll read it directly. No requotes, no rephrase. To prove the crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt. That Aaron Smith-Levin actually and intentionally touched or struck Norman Shape against his will. An intentional touching or striking includes situations where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his act. There's our burden. That's what we've got to prove.
Boom!
Members of the jury, we proved that here today. Several times. But
yes.
Most importantly, in that video. There was a point made that if you go back and you watch the video, you'll see the blinds coming down. That means the building's closed. When a door is shut, there's not free access. You have to open it to get in. In fact, I submit to you that the defendant's actions showed that he knew he wasn't welcome in that building. Because again, go watch it for yourselves. He is walking with a mission. Door opens, turn right to it. Because he knows that he wasn't going to get in there, but there's his opportunity. He takes it. And he doesn't let it go. There's comments made about this interfaith meeting. Oh, did a meeting happen? Did it not? They made it up. Members of the jury, we clarified that. It's timing. That's all that comes down to. There was an interfaith meeting that took place. That's what brought Mr. Toughness to the building. And then it was over. Doors were shut at the time. All you have to do is look at the video. You can see a woman exit. That is what opens the door. No other reason.
Yep.
Finally, members of the jury, defense stands here and says, well, you heard the video from the defendant. He's yelling, ow, 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 you hurt me. Members of the jury.
We're 3 hours in.
Tell you. He's a documentarian.
3 hours.
He's a journalist. He's a YouTuber. He knows what gets attention. That's what he was doing in that video. He's getting attention. He tried to, according to defense, de-escalate. He almost was soft about it. Members of the jury, I was going to play the video. I don't even need to because you can go back and review it. There is nothing soft about the way that that man right there shoved Mr. Jacob. Nothing soft about it. And defense wants to point out, well, the victim in this case doesn't do anything. Members of the jury, he was in shock. He just got shoved against
the jury's doing it.
A wall. As he was simply trying to shut the door to the location in which he works. He's trying to shut the door because someone else was already trying to shut the door and was clearly having an issue. And now all of a sudden he's being slammed up against the wall? No, members of the jury, he tries to walk away. He tries to de-escalate the situation.
Correct, Rox.
At the beginning of this trial, Mr. Homey got up here, and he told you that we as the state bear the burden in the case. And members of the jury, we have met that burden. You go back in that back room, and you'll have the time to deliberate. You finally get to talk about the case. And at that time, you'll have the opportunity to review the evidence and talk about all the testimony you heard here today. And members of the jury, I just want to remind you of one thing. I love to bring it full circle back to something that was said on jury selection, during jury selection. And that was, I specifically asked, who can tell me what reasonable is? No one wanted to do it, but we got one. And then I get another one. Who can tell me what possible is? Again, no one wanted to answer me, but they did.
That could be a possibility.
Finally, most importantly, I said, who can draw a distinction between that? Got an answer. Members of the jury. Reasonable is our burden.
We had a boop, guys. I'm going to rewind it. Hang on.
But they did. And then finally, most importantly, I said, who can draw a distinction between that? Got an answer. Members of the jury, reasonable versus possible. Reasonable is...
Now we're muted. Hang on. Probably a bot mute, you know, but this is what happens when the boops happen, guys. And I love how everybody's like, nothing happened. I'm going to go again here.
During jury selection. And that was, I specifically asked, who can tell me what reasonable is? No one wanted to do it, but we got one. And then I get another one. Who can tell me what possible is? Again, no one wanted to answer me, but they did. And then finally, most importantly, I said, who can draw a distinction between that? Got an answer. Members of the jury, reasonable versus possible. Reasonable is our burden. remember that conversation. Remember the fact that I followed up on that question and I said, does everyone understand that our burden is to prove all elements, specifically in this case one element, beyond a reasonable doubt? And you all agreed, yes, I will. Members of the jury, there is only one verdict that is supported by the facts, the law, and your own common sense. There is only one line to check on that verdict form you will receive, and that is a verdict finding Mr. Aaron Smith-Levin guilty. Thank you.
Go, girl. Get it. I'll do what my kid does.
Ladies and gentlemen of the gallery, I am about ready to read jury instructions, and I'm going to have the deputies lock the door. So once I lock these doors, nobody's entering and nobody's leaving. So if you want to leave, this is the time to leave.
Oh, thank you, tall, skinny. Here we go. A couple people leaving. They gotta go potty. I bet a bunch of Aaron's people just left because they're like, oh, we're winning. Hashtag winning.
Last call for anybody who wants to leave.
She's so mean, guys. Okay. Anybody want to leave? Last call.
Deputies, you secured the courtroom? All right, the reason we have the courtroom secured is for that very reason. If people get up and leave during the course of me reading jury instructions to you, human nature, you're going to constantly be looking out at the door. So I need to have your full attention in regards to the jury instructions. Upside to it is you do not have to take notes on the jury instructions. A copy of them will be sent back with you. So if you need to review them.
Also, I want to point out that Aaron's claim that the judge yelled at him and admonished him in front of the jury also a lie. The jury was still out of the room when she made the point to say to him, everyone here has referred to you as Mr. Smith-Levin. You show everybody else the same courtesy. The jury was not present for that. It did not color their opinion of him. They already heard him do that multiple times.
While you're deliberating, then you can go ahead and do that there, okay? All right, members of the jury, I thank you for your attention during this trial. Please pay attention to the instructions I'm about to give you. Statement of the charge. Aaron Smith-Levin, the defendant in this case, has been accused of the crime of battery.
Very true.
Battery. To prove the crime of battery, the state must prove the following element beyond a reasonable doubt. Aaron Smith-Levin actually and intentionally touched or struck Norman Shape against his will. An intentional touching or striking includes situation where a defendant knows that a touch or strike is substantially certain to result from his act. Justifiable use of non-deadly force. It is a defense to the crime of battery if the actions of Aaron Smith-Levin constituted the justifiable use of non-deadly force.
I don't know why everyone is being so fucking hypercritical at Morgan Me. Jerry is one of the most incompetent lawyers I have ever seen, heard, or anything. Even in television shows where they are like demonstrating an incompetent lawyer, they couldn't have written this better, okay? Morgan Me presented a very good, solid case here. She's young. She knows the law, okay? And she wasn't nervous this time. So, like, let's back off a little bit. It's starting to be repetitive and misogynistic, in my personal opinion.
Non-deadly force means force not likely to cause death or great bodily harm. Great bodily harm means great as distinguished from slight, trivial, minor, or moderate harm. Aaron Smith-Levin does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using non-deadly force. Instead, for you to find the defendant guilty, the state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using non-deadly force. The law on the justifiable use of non-deadly force is as follows. Aaron Smith-Levin was justified in using non-deadly force against Norman Shape and had no duty to retreat if he reasonably believed that such conduct was necessary to defend himself against Norman Shape's imminent use of unlawful force. In deciding whether Aaron Smith
I don't know how you came to that conclusion, Rogue, listening to him and listening to her. But I'm not a lawyer. I'm just telling you from like, if I were on the jury, I would have thought honestly that this man is completely incompetent. And that Morgan and her co-counsel presented a way better case than Jerry did. 100%. I don't know how him mispronouncing Aaron's name, not getting it right, like every time he brought it up, 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times, is better than Morgan and me presenting a very professional case. So I honestly, I'm dumbfounded to how you came to that conclusion.
Levin was justified in the use of non-deadly force, you must consider the circumstances at the time the force was used. The danger need not have been actual. However, to justify the use of non-deadly force, the appearance of imminent danger must have been so real that the defendant actually believed the use of non-deadly force was necessary. Moreover, a reasonably cautious and prudent person under the same circumstances would have believed the use of non-deadly force was necessary. In considering the issue of self-defense, you may take into account the relative physical abilities and capacities of Aaron Smith-Levin and Norman Shape. Plea of not guilty, reasonable doubt, and burden of proof. The defendant has entered a plea of not guilty. This means you must presume or believe the defendant is innocent. The presumption stays with the defendant as to each material allegation in the information through each stage of the trial, unless it has been overcome by the evidence to the exclusion of and beyond a reasonable doubt.
Don't trust the captions,
To overcome the defendant's presumption of innocence, the state has the burden of proving the crime with which the defendant is charged was committed, and the defendant is the person who committed the crime. The defendant is not required to present evidence or prove anything. Whenever the words reasonable doubt are used, you must consider the following. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all doubt. A reasonable doubt is not a mere possible doubt, a speculative, imaginary, or forced doubt. Such a doubt must not influence you to return a verdict of not guilty if you have an abiding conviction of guilt. On the other hand, if, after carefully considering, comparing, and weighing all the evidence, there is not an abiding conviction of guilt, or if having a conviction, it is one which is not stable, but one which wavers and vacillates, then the charge is not proved beyond every reasonable doubt, and you must find the defendant not guilty because the doubt is reasonable. It is to the evidence introduced in this trial and to it alone that you are to look for that proof. A reasonable doubt as to the guilt of the defendant may arise from the evidence, a conflict in the evidence, or the lack of evidence. If you have a reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant not guilty. If you have no reasonable doubt, you should find the defendant guilty.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree. We're just talking.
Weighing the evidence.
It's all good. I'm not mad.
It is up to you to decide what evidence is reliable. You should use your common sense in deciding which is the best evidence and which evidence should not be relied upon in considering your verdict. You may find some of the evidence not reliable or less reliable than other evidence. You should consider how the witnesses acted as well as what they said. Some things you should consider are: 1. Did the witness seem to have an opportunity to see and know the things about which the witness testified? 2. Did the witness seem to have an accurate memory? 3. Was the witness honest and straightforward in answering the attorney's questions? 4. Did the witness have some interest in how the case should be decided? 5.
Does the witness's testimony agree with the other testimony and other evidence in the case? 6. Did the witness at some other time make a statement that is inconsistent with the testimony he or she gave in court? Whether the state has met its burden of proof does not depend upon the number of witnesses it has called or upon the number of exhibits it has offered, but instead upon the nature and quality of the evidence presented.
How great is that show? Just the cinematography alone that they incorporate into that show, brilliant. And it is so funny. I'm sorry, I'm off track here. It means nothing. If you have an opportunity to watch Deadlock, please do. It's on Prime. If you have Prime TV or whatever, please watch it. So good.
The defendant in this case has become a witness. You should apply the same rules to consideration of his testimony that you apply to the testimony of other witnesses. It is entirely proper for a lawyer to talk to a witness about what testimony the witness would give if called to the courtroom. The witness should not be discredited by talking to a lawyer about his or her testimony. You may rely upon your own conclusion about the credibility of any witness. A juror may believe or disbelieve all or any part of the evidence or the testimony of any witness. Instruction on edited recording. Members of the jury, you viewed a video recording. The court instructs you that the recording has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording has been edited should not concern you in any way and must not impact the way you view and consider this evidence. Rules for deliberation. These are some general rules that apply to your discussion. You must follow these rules in order to return a lawful verdict. 1. You must follow the law as it is set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law in this case. All of us are depending upon you to make a wise and legal decision in this matter. 2. This case must be decided only upon the evidence that you have heard from the testimony of the witnesses and have seen in the form of the exhibits and evidence and these instructions. 3. This case must not be decided for or against anyone because you feel sorry for anyone or are angry at anyone. 4. Remember, the lawyers are not on trial. Your feelings about them should not influence your decision in this case. 5. Your duty is to determine if the defendant has been proven guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. Verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the information or not guilty. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. This verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you, and it is as follows. Here's the verdict form. It'll go back with you. It says, State of Florida versus Aaron Smith-Levin, battery. We, the jury, find as follows. As to the defendant in this case, check only one. A, the defendant is guilty of battery as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all. Foreperson of the jury signs it.
foreperson of the jury prints name on the verdict form and dates it, and today is April 14th, 2026.
I don't know, Briggs. I don't know. That's
In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy.
Actually, she says, she said in an earlier part of the trial at the beginning that she was going to be taking that up herself. And then later she consulted the chief judge, like her boss in the department. And he said, you can't do that. It's improper for a judge to like run an investigation. Oh, good. Sorry, guys. I got so little sleep on my vacation. I couldn't sleep, tossing and turning. Last night I went to bed at a good time, but the night before that I went to bed at 3 because I couldn't get to sleep till 3 anyway. That's not your guys' problem. So I apologize for the yawn. And so she said she wasn't going to. I do happen to know though, because yes, Aaron and Jenna, I reported you to the Clearwater Police Department and the DA's office for the threats that you guys said verbally, and mostly for the threats from your chat that no mod deleted in the live chat or in the fucking after chat. And I did get a call from the Clearwater detective, and there is an investigation open. So I can tell you guys that. Those videos were so vile, and the comment section was literally calling for this woman's death in multiple ways. You can't do that. That's actually a federal crime to threaten a sitting judge. Like you can't do that. So the fact that this is Aaron's channel, and in the first trial, when Aaron was having people do stuff, she said that he was absolutely responsible for anything that's on his channel, even if he's in jail. Right? So you can't allow that conduct. If somebody came in my chat right now and started threatening the judge, first of all, they would be immediately banned. We would get a screenshot, immediate ban, and I would be reporting that person to authorities. Not because I'm a Scientologist, because it's illegal. The law applies equally to everyone, okay? Regardless of their religious status, my thoughts about their religion, or anything else. Okay? And if we're not going to apply the law unilaterally to everybody, then you're not then the laws don't have a chance to work. They can't work. There's no exceptions to the law. Okay? There's no exceptions to the law. That's oh my God, I just made my whole screen is big. Okay. I put the balls down, Nora. You're a lesbian. Okay. I dropped my little meditation balls on the keyboard and everything. Hi, Journey. I hope you're feeling better. My God. I just think it's like interesting. This is an interesting comment here, Rogue Lesser. We've had some interesting case law related to online audiences. They've found that YouTubers don't actually control their audience. It needs to be them directly. That's interesting. That's a really big fucking loophole. I still say, for me personally, okay, so maybe it's not the law. That's just my point of integrity here, Rogue Lesser, that if somebody in my chat is threatening people, threatening bodily harm, that's it. They're out. That's the bare minimum. I'm sorry. It's like if a law is broken, then, and you're found guilty in a court of law, then that's it. Consequences, That's how I grew up. I knew that if you broke the law, that was what was going to happen. I don't understand how this basic understanding, isn't like understood on a broad level, Yeah. it doesn't matter if the person's a Scientologist. They're not exempt from the law. It's just harder to get them prosecuted because, again, under the law, they are recognized as a religious clergy member, the Sea Org members and shit. That is patently false. But the law recognizes them as such, right? So in my personal opinion, when Aaron was arrested the first time and they put on the fucking, police report that hate crime statute, Aaron is supremely lucky that he was not charged with a hate crime in both instances. If you made contact with my body with a wet noodle, you could be charged. If I didn't want that, then yes. I think so too. Right? Exactly. If I was hosting an event, it would be the same. That's how I feel about it. Thank you, April. See you later. Thank you for being here. Yeah, the law can change. It's just like that. It just seems like common sense. I agree people have the freedom of speech, but threatening to kill someone is not covered under the First Amendment. People really got to understand the First Amendment. So let's wrap this up here, kids.
First thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violations of these instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or any other electronic devices, including a smartwatch, here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of these devices into the jury room. So
we got booped again.
as I stated, everybody needs to grab all of that.
It's Aaron, because he's been making his audience wait already 16 minutes for him to come on.
Guilty or not in accord with the law. It is the judge's job to determine a proper sentence if the defendant is found guilty. 6. Whatever verdict you render must be unanimous. That is, each juror must agree to the same verdict. 7. Your verdict should not be influenced by feelings of prejudice, bias, or sympathy. Your verdict must be based on the evidence and on the law contained in these instructions. Cautionary instruction. Deciding a verdict is exclusively your job. I cannot participate in that decision in any way. Please disregard anything I may have said or done that made you think I preferred one verdict over another. Verdict. You may find the defendant guilty as charged in the information or not guilty. If you find that no offense has been proven beyond a reasonable doubt, then of course your verdict must be not guilty. This verdict must be unanimous. That is, all of you must agree to the same verdict. The verdict must be in writing, and for your convenience, the necessary verdict form has been prepared for you, and it is as follows. Here's the verdict form. It'll go back with you. It says State of Florida versus Aaron Smith-Levin, battery, we, the jury, find as follows. As to the defendant in this case, check only one. A, the defendant is guilty of battery as charged. B, the defendant is not guilty. So say we all. Foreperson of the jury signs it. Foreperson of the jury prints name on the verdict form and dates it, and today is April 14th, 2026. In just a few moments, you will be taken to the jury room by the court deputy. The first thing you should do is choose a foreperson who will preside over your deliberations. The foreperson should see to it that your discussions are carried on in an organized way and that everyone has a fair chance to be heard. It is also the foreperson's job to sign and date the verdict form when all of you have agreed on a verdict, and to bring the verdict form back to the courtroom when you return. During deliberations, jurors must communicate about the case only with one another and only when all jurors are present in the jury room. If a juror goes to the restroom, the deliberation should stop until the juror returns. You are not to communicate with any person outside the jury about this case. Until you have reached a verdict, you must not talk about this case in person or through the telephone, writing, or electronic communication, such as a blog, Twitter, email, text message, or any other means. Do not contact anyone to assist you during deliberations. These communication rules apply until I discharge you at the end of the case. If you become aware of any violations of these instructions I have given in this case, you must tell me by giving a note to the court deputy. Many of you have cell phones, tablets, laptops, or any other electronic devices, including a smartwatch, here in the courtroom. The rules do not allow you to bring your phones or any of those types of electronic devices into the jury room. So as I stated, everybody needs to grab all of that stuff out and make sure the deputies have it before you begin to deliberate. If you need to communicate with me, send a note through the court deputy. If you have voted, do not disclose the actual vote in the note. If you have questions, I will talk with the attorneys before I answer, so it may take some time. You may continue your deliberations while you wait for my answer. I will answer any questions if I can, in writing or orally here in open court. During the trial, items were received into evidence as exhibits. You may examine whatever exhibits you think will help you in your deliberations. These exhibits will be sent into the jury room with you when you begin to deliberate. In closing, let me remind you that it is important that you follow the laws spelled out in these instructions in deciding your verdict. There are no other laws that apply to this case. Even if you do not like the laws that must be applied, you must use them. For more than 2 centuries, we have lived by the Constitution and the law, and no juror has the right to violate the rules we all share. Can I have all counsel approach the bench, please?
All right, let's listen to this biased judge talk to the counsel.
Objection to the jury instructions as read.
No objection.
Defense any objection to the jury instructions as read. Okay, thank you. Okay.
No objection from Jerry.
Everybody go over there and make sure the proper exhibits go back. Make sure Madam Clerk has the one that is just for proper back there. Okay? Good. All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have chosen 7 of you to sit on the jury. Under the law, and there are only 6 people that go back to deliberate. We choose 7 because we never know on a given day whether someone's going to get sick or somebody might have a family emergency. So if that happens, if somebody has to leave, then we go with our 6 and the alternate doesn't even know that that person was an alternate. I'm glad to see all of 7 of you are still here, so that makes me believe that you all are healthy and that you haven't had any family issues come up during the course of the day. So that leaves you to Ms. Tremblay. You are our alternate, and we do appreciate the service that you have given us today. I'm going to thank you for the service. We cannot do our jobs here without you being present to serve. And I know you probably hit school today, so we appreciate the fact that you took the time out for that. You have to give back the coveted juror's badge. And if you have your notepad there, give that to the deputies. They're going to give that to me. Make sure that's closed up tight. Do you have anything in the jury room? Okay, so the deputy's going to bring you back here to get your stuff, and he's going to release you. The only thing that I can give you as a judge for your jury duty is a certificate of our appreciation. So we will give you that certificate. And Deputy, you're just going to have her leave out through judicial reception or bring her back through here?
Back through here.
Okay. We're going to get you the stuff there, and then you're going to come back through here, okay? All right. Until then, you six are just going to stare at each other for a moment, okay? You have all the stuff, Deputy. This is the jury instructions that are going to go back with them, and this is the verdict form that's going to go back with them, okay? And this time, you do bring your notepads and your pens with you. And as soon as Ms. Tremblay comes through, we will send you back to start deliberating. Madam Clerk, I'm going to give you the jury instructions as read. There you go. All right, thank you very much, Ms. Tremblay. You can go ahead and exit that way. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everybody else can stand and go with the deputies.
Grab all your pens.
Your Honor, jury is outside hearing the court.
All right, excellent. All right, the jurors out deliberating, and make sure that everybody has your phone number so that the deputies can call you if you are needed. And Deputy, you know where to find me.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
All rise. Court is in recess to the call of the jury.
All right, everybody can be relaxed.
Thank you.
Thank you for your help today, Madam Clerk.
Yes.
Jerry, making sure to...
So I figured out that for the future, if it's not coming on, it's because the Wi-Fi is on the laptop. So you have to close the Wi-Fi, even when you're plugged in. It'll grab it when it's plugged in with no Wi-Fi running.
Okay.
In case it comes up ever again, you can save the day.
Yeah. Aaron's having camera issue, guys. Camera issues. He's gonna reschedule. Is the camera issue that he's looking at me? Everybody say hi to Aaron in the chat. Tell Aaron's watching, guys. I know that for a fact. Because he watches everything I do. So if you have a message to Aaron about his testimony, his lawyer, or anything else, let him know in the chat right now. Let him know. Tell him what you think while we're getting to the part where the jury asks the question here. Oh, now Aaron's come back in 6 minutes because I just said that magically.
The defense is present and the defendant's present.
Here we
You
go.
can bring the jury in, please.
Here we go. It's a miracle, right? His camera's magically back. Everybody come back, guys. He only had like 110 people waiting, and now he barely has like 60 people waiting. Yeah, he's gonna start in 4 minutes and 20 seconds, guys. They were out, I don't know how much we fast forwarded, but for a bit, deliberating before this question came in. Maybe.
Your Honor, the jury is seated, present, and recovered.
All right, Mr. Stroyan, you're the foreperson. If you'll give the verdict form to the deputy, please. And you may be seated. Thank you.
Yeah, isn't that wild? 256,000 people, only 70 people want to hear what he has to say. Meanwhile, we have over 500 here watching me. Now, the number will go up, but it still won't be, there's not 100,000 people tuning in.
You did not sign the verdict form. You printed your name. I'm going to send you all back so you can sign it, and we'll wait here for you, okay?
Uh-oh. He printed his name. Perfect, Stephanie. I love it. I love it.
The jury has had a hearing before.
All right. Everybody just relax. It shouldn't take them too long.
Yeah, dear. They're all over here watching my stream. Yeah, probably. And I love it. Hit that like, guys. Subscribe. All of that stuff while we're waiting over here. Aaron's going to try and invent Aaron's new stream. It says, Judge Kathleen Hessinger's ties to Scientology. In my mind, that should be in there. You know it's not. I'm going to watch it. I'm sure there are no ties. I think that's fucking horrible. I don't want anybody being doxxed by anybody. That's fucking sick. The snacky. Guys, look. It's called Kleenex. They have it at Costco, Aaron.
Jury's present and seated, and this concludes the verdict.
All right, Mr. Shohan, if you'll give the verdict form back to the deputy.
It's the verdict time.
Thank you. You may be seated. Madam Clerk, will you please announce the verdict?
County Court, Pinellas County, Florida, in case number 25153044, State of Florida versus Aaron Smith-Levin, battery, we the jury find as follows as to the defendant in the case. The defendant is guilty of battery as charged. So say we all, foreperson of the jury, David Stroyan, 4/14/2020.
I couldn't understand what
Does anybody want the jury polled?
Yes, Your Honor.
Madam Clerk, will you poll the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. Juror number 1, was this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 2, was this your verdict? Yes. Juror number 3, was this your verdict?
AA Run is here. Welcome back, everybody, for more.
Juror number 5, was this your verdict? And juror number 6, was this your verdict? Yes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to give you one last instruction, and that is that you do not have to discuss your deliberations with anyone unless there is a court order. But you can discuss it with anyone you want to. So if you decide you don't want to talk about your deliberations in your service, you don't have to. Yeah. Somebody asks you about it, you can say, no, I don't want to talk to you about it. You can if you want to. You can talk all about it if you want to. Okay? Everybody understand that instruction? All right. I'm going to thank you for the service that you've given us. And as I told our alternate, Ms. Tremblay, the best I can do for you is to tell you thank you and give you a certificate of our appreciation. Thank you very much.
Follow on, please.
Thank you, Allie. I don't hear any.
Your Honor, the jury does have a hearing in court.
All right, Mr. Smith-Levin, the jury has found you guilty of battery in this case. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty. I would like you and your attorney to come to the podium. I'm going to hear what the state and the victim have to say, and then I'll hear what Mr. Theophilopoulos has to say and anything that you want to say, Mr. Smith-Levin. All right, Ms. Mee, what do you want the court to hear?
Yes, Your Honor, the state's recommendation remains an adjudication of guilt, $875, fines and court costs, 12 months of probation to include 30 days in the Pinellas County Jail, a mental health evaluation and any recommended treatment, as well as no contact with the victim. There are no investigative costs in this case.
And does the victim want to be heard in this case?
It's up to you. All that the victim wants to be heard, Your Honor, is that he does not want contact.
All right, Mr. Theophilopoulos, what do you want me to hear?
Your Honor, Mr. Smith-Levin is 45 years of age. He has no prior record. He grew up in the Church of Scientology, and there were issues that have impacted him to this day. He obviously is employed. He has a YouTube channel. He also has a foundation where people reach out to him, including Flavio Lugli's parents, most recently, concerning they needed contact because it had been 10 years. So he has actually put 50 people in contact with their parents that are with the Church of Scientology. At his age, 45 years without a criminal record, he's done a good job, Your Honor, and I would ask Your Honor to consider a probationary sentence in this matter.
Madam Clerk, can you tell me if he has any days credit?
No, Your Honor.
Would you like to make a statement? I mean, sure.
How biased is this bitch? Does he have any days credit? Who could call this woman biased? She's even checking to see if that other shit counts. Let's hear what Aaron says in defense of himself here.
He would also like to make a statement, Your Honor.
All right, let me hear from you, Mr. Smith-Levin.
Your Honor, I know the court's concern previously in the pretrial phase of this was escalation of behavior, possible, concern for the safety of Scientologists. I've continued ever since I was released from custody to do weekly protests in downtown, outside of the permissible, the order of protection. I've continued to organize family-friendly protests against Scientology. There's been absolutely no escalation. There's been no violations of any of the court's order with respect to this matter. I have no animosity towards Scientologists. I was one of them for most of my life. My life is focused on exposing Scientology abuse and helping families who are leaving Scientology. So
somebody's phone is ringing.
If the concern of the court...
Whoever has the phone, the courtroom, please.
I did serve the 21 to 23 days in jail. It was one or the other. I have absolutely no criminal record of any kind whatsoever. I am the sole provider for a family of 5, and I would just request a probationary sentence and no additional jail time is my only request.
And I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I can tell the court on that first case where he was in jail, I went and saw him. It was very traumatic for him. The message got through to him with regards to,
It was traumatic for him? It was easy. I got ramen, baby. Ramen party. I actually enjoyed it. It wasn't as bad as the Sea Org. You can't have it both ways, Aaron. It can't be a fucking sleepover party with your ramen homies, and then your lawyer's like, he's traumatized, Your Honor. He's scared straight now. No. All of the videos of him protesting there show him running up to Mateo and screaming in his face for 10 minutes. Him running up, I shouldn't say running up. He didn't run up to the old guy, but he marched over to him, and the old guy, he got so close to him that he snatched the phone out of his hand. There is no way in fucking hell that he learned a lesson. This is insane. He was humble for that 1 second in those words. Not in real life, ever. Give me a break.
Stay away type thing. Putting him on probation for a year will accomplish just that. You have the parameters in place to limit him from going there, and obviously that is what it appears Scientology wants.
Mr. Denson? Is Mr. Denson still back there?
He's here, Your Honor.
Can you read that quote to me that you read me this morning about what he said the day after the last trial?
You weren't in here. That's the one. So you'll be able to address it. Yeah, I can address it.
This is what Aaron said when he was found not guilty in the first trial. Let's hear the quote, Aaron. What did you say?
I have the exact quote.
I remember you were leafing through some papers, and it was kind of on the bottom side of something from what I could tell.
She wants this quote. This is not going to be good.
Okay, thank you. So that's the one. So on March 4th, on the not guilty, after the not guilty verdict, he stated, to be honest with you, the entire time I knew the entire time that we were in the court yesterday that the verdict was going to be either not guilty or a hung jury. It was simply impossible after we finished jury selection, which I was able to be part of. So it was simply impossible after we did jury selection to conclude that there was any chance at all that these 6 jurors were going to unanimously find me guilty.
Interesting.
And I can respond to that, Your Honor.
Oh, let's respond. Jerry.
All right.
When we went through that first trial with that panel, we had a discussion immediately following jury selection, and that is the exact discussion we had We were very confident that that panel was that good, that we had selected that they weren't going to convict him or it'd be a hung jury. And I think they're trying to make the jump that my client knew the one individual. To this date, he has no idea who that individual is, and we in fact had that exact conversation. I didn't mention it this morning because Your Honor cut it off at that, and I took a step back.
To me, it's not the issue whether he knew that. I'm going to go with the fact that I don't think it does. It goes with the behavior that I have seen from Mr. Smith-Levin from the moment that he's walked into this courtroom with these two cases. The disrespect for the process, the disrespect for the court and anything that I have told him to do and not to do, his bravado, which...
Guys, I can hardly hear. I've lost my hearing over all this screaming. It is so loud. It is so loud, the screaming. I can't hear. I can't think. How are we supposed to think and hear with all of this screeching? To characterize this judge as what? Oh, good. They're talking about me. They're talking about me. I always know when they're talking about me because they start saying the things that I've said: Darvo, dark triad, and narcissist. That's Aaron. I can't wait to watch his stream after this. And we'll go over it. You guys don't have to watch it. I'll do it for you. It's okay. Yeah. Oh, Susie Oberhertz is in there. She just said, protest, yes, but don't throw chalk, please. Are they going to delete her? Oh, I better get that before she gets deleted. Okay, got it. Oh, God. Let's finish this up here.
Is completely just reflected right here. And, you know, he has said to me, oh, you know, since I went to jail last time, I've basically been, you know, doing, you know, what I should be doing and not overstepping. But then yet the day after his trial, he makes comments like this on his YouTube channel. My concerns with Mr. Smith-Levin, quite frankly, I think the state's recommendation to the court is very low, to be honest with you. My concerns with Mr. Smith-Levin is that that's exactly it. He makes his living off of the Church of Scientology. He makes his living off of his clicks on the YouTube channel. And he is escalating his behavior, and quite frankly, he just thinks it's a joke. When I saw the video of the last trial, and I understand the jury spoke on that, and I don't have any problems with that verdict, but I saw the facts of that case. That was a complete setup that day. He knew what the Church of Scientology was going to do. That's why he had the water barriers out there. He even testified they'd done it before. And he had the water barriers out there, knowing that he was just out there just antagonizing the Church of Scientology. He even knew it when he had the video of him videotaping himself going to the car and saying, oh, I got my secret stash right here. This is going to be great. Watch this, everybody. And then he grabs it and he...
Sorry. Not her doing an impersonation of him from the fucking from her fucking seat. Like, what? I'm sorry, it's exactly what he said.
And then he grabs it and he runs back, and then he stands with his big stash of chalk, and he stands in the middle of the Church of Scientology emblem, and he just waits for them to come out with more water. And he waits, and then he goes up and he throws the chalk in that gentleman's face. That was a game to him. He had it all set up. He had his video recorder out there. He had person, watch this, get me over here. Tell him, the video guy, get me right here, get me, watch me do this.
It was a game. And he just thinks his interaction with the Church of Scientology is just a big game, and it's getting him clicks. But we all know people's attention span just goes away if you don't escalate and you don't keep them entertained. And that's what he's doing. That's what he did on the chalk day, and that's what he's doing. He did this day. That door was closed. He saw his opening. Boom, phone out, phone in face. Let's start yelling things inside and cause a commotion. You know, what I didn't hear the state say in their closing is that you can't create self-defense yourself. And that's what he did. And the jury saw that. Held the door open with his foot and then claimed, woe is me. 2 guys, what were his quotes today? 2 guys just shoving the door against me, coming after me. It's just a joke for him. He just likes to antagonize the Church of Scientology. And I got no opinion one way or the other with the Church of Scientology.
There you go.
But he makes me feel bad for him.
I'm sorry.
Because of his behavior and his escalating behavior and his lack of self-control. For his clicks.
Oh my God.
And even today, just the way he testified, making it sound like, oh yeah, it's just this little thing between us. Almost like we have this cat and mouse game. That's kind of how his testimony came across today. We just kind of had this cat. They know me. I know them. I know Andrew. I know Robert. It's just they know me. I've never had a problem with them. He was trying to tell this jury it's just a cat and mouse kind of game. And it's...
Aaron didn't like this part because this is actually the part where the judge gets to do the judging, right? During the sentencing. That's her whole jam. So she can pontificate as long as she wants. There's no rule. There's no rule that she just has to be like, okay, 30 days, probation, blah, blah. Like, this is her part. This is her part.
Total lack of respect for the court's orders from the day I told him not to have contact with the Church of Scientology. He continues to have contact with them. I put him in jail. And what does he do? He gets on a jail call and starts stirring the pot with his followers. I'm sitting here. You guys go out for the fight. Of course, the state brought him back in again on the motion when he had a motion to get out of jail. It was right there on the jail call. The last trial, completely ignoring this court's instructions on motions in limine, just throwing out things just to get him out there. And again today, being disrespectful to people he's talking about by not using proper courtroom etiquette. And then, I can't even count how many times he said this public property, knowing darn well of our conversations that we had on Friday. Actual, just total disrespect for the process.
Yep.
Mr. Smith-Levin thinks about Mr. Smith-Levin.
Oh no! Just calling him out.
And then after that last trial, just to even go on his YouTube channel and just say, oh, I knew I was going to get a not guilty or a hung jury. Have some humility. Which you don't have.
How dare she? How dare she ask him to have some humility? How dare she?
Actual, just total disrespect for the process. Mr. Smith-Levin thinks about Mr. Smith-Levin.
And then after that last trial, just to even go on his YouTube channel and just say, oh, I knew I was going to get a not guilty or a hung jury. Have some humility.
Well, she said it twice.
Which you don't have.
Oh. That's Cheryl.
You've got a symbiotic relationship with the Church of Scientology, Mr. Smith-Levin. You sit there and you protest against them, but that's how you make your money.
No lies told.
Your sentence is going to be as follows. I'm going to adjudicate you guilty, $875 fines and court costs. You will have 12 months of probation. All of your conditions of your probation must be done by the 10th month mark. You'll have 30 days in the Pinellas County Jail with no alternative sentencing. You'll have a mental health evaluation, any treatment deemed necessary, and you'll have no contact with, I think Mr. Shape, if I want to get his proper name, Norman Shape. And when I say no contact, the Madam Clerk, make sure that a no contact order is given to Mr. Smith-Levin. I need everybody's attention, please. I'm not done. You're not to come within 500 feet of Mr. Norman Shape as in person. You're not to come with 500 feet of his place of employment, which means every building in Clearwater that is part of the Church of Scientology. You are not to come within 500 feet of his work. You are not to reach out to him through any type of social media, and you are not to have any third parties reach out to him by way of any type of social media or any other media whatsoever, or any other electronic means, including you. You are not to use any type of electronic means to reach out to Mr. Shape. You said there's no investigative cost tape?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Out of this $875, I'm required to advise you that $142.86 of that $875 goes towards the fines, with a 5% surcharge, which is $7.14, which is $150 of that fine. And Mr. Theophilopoulos, the law requires me to advise him where all of his costs are going to, unless he agrees that he wants to waive the reading of the cost.
We'll waive those.
Okay, so
He literally, guys, I have his live stream pulled up on a thing next to me. I can just see the comments because I paused it. He just deleted a super chat that asked him, don't you think that this is going to make it worse for you speaking about the judge like this? He just deleted a super chat. That's how angry he is. And how unwilling he is to look at himself and his actions and words. I dare him to play the audio. Aaron, you want it, honey? I'll email it to you. I got them right here. Ding, 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 ding. I already downloaded it. I'll email you the files. I'll even email you a clean file. Just the MP3s with no graphics. And I dare you to play it in full. I dare you. I triple dog dare you. You won't do it.
And I will also advise you that you've got 30 days to appeal this case. You also will advise you that while you are on probation...
No, he deferred the payment on purpose because he's not going to. He thinks he's going to get a new trial or an appeal and that he's going to win and that he won't have to pay the fines.
Probation will have additional conditions for you. One of them will be that you'll have alcohol only in a reasonable manner, and or I think they call it not in excess. You'll have no non-prescribed narcotics, including any type of medical marijuana or any marijuana whatsoever, and they will be taking urines from you as part of your normal probation. You'll also have probationary fees.
Also, he explained the probation wrong. Let's listen to what the judge says one more time.
And, or I think they call it not in excess. You'll have no non-prescribed narcotics, including any type of medical marijuana or any marijuana whatsoever, and they will be taking urines from you.
So no marijuana. He doesn't have a prescription for it.
$142.86 of that $875 goes towards the fines with the 5% surcharge, which is $7.14, which is $150 of that fine. And Mr. Theophilopoulos, the law requires me.
Guys, this is a big fucking deal. We got to take a second here and acknowledge Eyes to See. Congrats, everybody. Congrats on last cancer treatment. Fuck yeah. Fuck cancer. Fuck cancer. I'm so happy for you, Eyes to See. Onward and upward from here, my friend. Onward and upward from here.
To advise him where all of his costs are going to, unless he agrees that he wants to waive the reading of the cost.
We'll waive those.
Okay, so waive the reading of the cost, and I'll also advise you that you've got 30 days to appeal this case. You also will advise you that while you are on probation, probation will have additional conditions for you. One of them will be that you'll have alcohol only in a reasonable manner, and or I think they call it not in excess. You'll have no non-prescribed narcotics, including any type of medical marijuana or any marijuana whatsoever, and they will be taking urines from you as part of your normal probation. You'll also have probationary fees that I believe are $55 a month. State, have I missed anything?
No, Your Honor.
All right, there, that is the sentence, and you'll get fingerprints taken here by the deputies.
Okay, yeah, give them to me. You can take them with you. Take them with you. Yeah. Margaret, this again. Okay. You're tired.
I am going to release everybody who is here that is here for the defense. I'm going to have you leave now, please.
Yeah.
Yep, he's being taken into custody right now, guys.
I don't have a belt on. Give me your belt, because they don't have the belt.
Did you give them the,
Where's it going?
Call Heather. Have her bring the key. Heather is not in the courtroom. Heather did not come to this trial. His wife of over 20 years, not present.
anybody with the Church of Scientology, I want you to stay here for at least another 10 minutes to make sure everybody has left.
I'm sorry.
I'm not talking to you. I was telling the Church of Scientology people that they just needed to wait a little bit so that we can get everybody out.
Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, I'll make sure that they get escorted outside.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, they're escorting the Scientologists out so that these psychos don't fucking get in their face. No, he can protest at the second location still, which he's been doing. It's outside of the parameters of the protection order. Rabbit sleep.
All right, Madam Clerk, you have everything you need from me? All right. Well, I probably won't see you tomorrow.
No, I've already scheduled.
Oh, you already
scheduled. Here, I'll see you Thursday.
Okay, great. Awesome.
May I be excused, Your Honor?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Theophilopoulos. It's always a pleasure to be with you.
Always good to see you. Thank you.
Yeah, no medical marijuana either. That's correct.
All right, state your excuse also.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The all-powerful.
It's a pleasure having you in my courtroom, Mr. Helmy.
Thank you, Your Honor. It was a pleasure being
Sorry, I
in the
couldn't
courtroom.
remember your name.
No, that's all right.
Your Honor, I'm not here the rest of this week. I'm going to a felonies conference, so Ms. Fry is covering Thursday.
Don't tell me you're going to a felony conference, because that means then they're going to start taking you from me shortly.
Well, Your Honor, I think I have a little bit of a stopper in my way right now.
You have that little break in between?
Yes. Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good rest of your night.
Yeah,
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, deputies.
Thank you.
Why don't you keep yourself off such stressful cases right until
I
the
know.
end of the
I said this gotta go up.
Yeah, you need to.
And that's it, kids. That's the whole shebang there. So what did we learn? We learned that uh-oh. Okay, there we go. We learned that number one, nothing Aaron said about this judge was truth. Number two, we learned that she was completely reasonable with it. What happened? What's going on? Carol Jean Barnhart was in here from Aaron's chat. I know you'll delete this, but you really need psychological help. Sure. I'm actually getting that. So thank you. Yes, I have been permanently brain damaged from growing up and working for as a indentured servant slave, the organization known as the Church of Scientology, and then being permanently enslaved by them and human trafficked because I was gay. Absolutely, I agree. That kind of treatment during a very intense and dark period of my life when my brain was not fully formed absolutely has caused damage that needs to be addressed with proper care. Agreed. Yes. And I love it. So thank you. Yay, mental health help. Honey, you came to the wrong channel if you think I'm going to get upset. But also, keep demonizing my mental health. Obviously, that's the only strategery that you guys have. It is really quite sad and telling because your dear leader, the self-confessed domestic abuser of multiple women, convicted violent criminal, president of the SPTV Foundation, now on probation, Aaron Smith-Levin should avail himself of that as well. Yeah. Go to FAFO Street. I don't understand. Also, not only was the judge fair, Aaron Smith-Levin admitted to his guilt on cross-examination by Miss Me, not once, twice. There is literally no universe where this is going to get overturned. Like, holy shit balls, man. Holy shit balls. Yeah, I'm going to watch this video. I got to get some lunch, guys. Oh, you sent me 2 emails? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Otter. I will look at your emails later today. It's 2:22, guys. Make a wish. Guys, this has been so eye-opening. I didn't know what to expect, you know. This is very telling. This is very, very, very telling. Aaron's and the judge called it all out. I got to make a short of just the judge calling everything out at the end there. That was fucking epic. That was fucking amazing. Yeah. Yeah, what do they want? It doesn't, because it doesn't matter if he was on public or private property. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. This was way more than I expected. I yeah, all he can do now is make up shit that isn't true. You know, there's a total psycho in his live chat who's just like wants to wear Aaron's skin. Anyway, yeah. So we're gonna maybe later today, tomorrow, we're gonna go over some stuff. I gotta see. My dog hasn't been released from the place yet. I'm gonna give them a call and see how much more time, or should I just head over? And we're gonna do that. Okay. Yeah. This is. Thank you guys for tuning in. We're gonna go over some more stuff, the TikTok runs, and all of the other things. And it is, yeah. You should go to Grifters Anonymous. Oh, man. Anyway, guys, thank you for tuning in. I love you. Thank you to all the members. Thank you for the super chats. Thank you for tuning in. If you're new here, please subscribe, like the stream. And as always, thank you so much to my fabulous lady mods. I love you, and I will see you all on the flippity dippity. I haven't found, where's my thing? Oh, Beachcomber, thank you. I really shouldn't be enjoying this so much. Thank you, Beachcomber. That's very kind of you. I'll see you guys later.
Lincoln 30 to dispatch. Yeah, that's a wild goose chase over here at Nakatomi Plaza. Everything here is okay. Over. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. Yeah, goddamn, everything is okay! Welcome to the party, pal!
I'm not ready to make